You found a calm corner of the night. Tonight's video features scary stories from abandoned places and lost locations, designed for deep relaxation. If you enjoy listening, like the video, subscribe, and let us know where you're tuning in from. Relax and listen closely. Story 1. Beneath Lake Serenity, where the drowned town whispers. The job listing was sparse, almost apologetic. Caretaker needed for off-season at Serenity Point Lodge. Basic maintenance, security checks, solitude required, compensation, room, board, $1,200 per month. Inquire with Mr. Grayson. That was it. No glossy photos of mountain vistas or smiling families fishing from wooden docks. No promises of rustic charm or unforgettable experiences. Just solitude. And solitude was exactly what I needed. My life in Portland had collapsed with the quiet finality of a closing door. Career in ruins after the publishing house folded. Relationship evaporated when Sarah packed her bags and left a note that read simply, "I can't do this anymore." I was 34 years old, adrift, and the silence of my empty apartment had begun to feel like a physical weight pressing down on my chest. When I called the number listed, a man's voice, dry as autumn leaves and just as brittle, answered on the third ring. "Grayson," he said. No greeting. I told him I was interested. He asked if I was afraid of being alone. I lied and said no. "Good," he replied. "Start Monday. Keys under the blue rock by the boathouse. Don't be late." The line went dead before I could ask a single question. 48 hours later, I was driving a rented U-Haul up a winding mountain road, GPS signal flickering in and out, following hand-scrawled directions on a napkin. The trees grew denser, the air cooler, and then, around a final bend, Lake Serenity appeared. It wasn't serene, not in the way I'd expected. The water was an impossible deep blue, so clear I could see submerged rocks 20 feet down near the shore. But the color was wrong, too vivid, too saturated, like someone had poured ink into a crystal glass. The lodge itself was a sprawling structure of weathered cedar and fieldstone, 3 stories tall with a wraparound porch that sagged slightly in the middle. It looked less like a vacation destination and more like a place that had been waiting, patiently, for decades. The parking lot was empty, except for a single rusted pickup truck tucked under a tarp. As I pulled in, the engine of my U-Haul sounding obscenely loud in the stillness, I noticed the first odd thing. The lake was silent. No lapping of waves against the rocky shore, no cry of gulls, no distant hum of a motorboat. Just an absolute watchful hush that seemed to swallow sound whole. I killed the engine and stepped out. The air was cold, carrying the scent of pine needles and something else, wet stone, and a faint coppery tang I couldn't place. I found the blue rock exactly where Grayson had said it would be, nestled beside the old wooden boathouse that leaned precariously over the water. Underneath it was a heavy iron key and a folded piece of paper. The note was brief. "Main lodge key, generator shed behind woodpile, supplies in pantry, radio and office for emergencies. Do not use the south dock. Do not swim in the lake after dark." Grayson! I frowned at the last 2 instructions. Don't use the south dock. Don't swim after dark? It was October. Who would be swimming? I chalked it up to an old man's superstitions and pocketed the key. The interior of the lodge was a time capsule. Dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light, filtering through lace curtains. The furniture was heavy oak, upholstered in faded floral patterns. A massive stone fireplace dominated the main room, cold and empty. Everything was meticulously clean, yet utterly lifeless. No family photos on the mantel, no magazines on the coffee table, no personal touches whatsoever. It felt less like a home and more like a stage set, waiting for actors who never arrived. My assigned quarters were a small room on the second floor, overlooking the lake. The bed was made with crisp white linens. A single oil lamp sat on the nightstand. No electricity. Grayson's note had mentioned a generator, but it was clear this place operated on a different timeline. I spent the rest of the day unpacking my meager belongings, trying to shake the creeping unease that had settled in my gut. The silence was oppressive. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of clothing sounded amplified, as if the lodge itself was listening. That first night, I woke to the sound of bells. I sat bolt upright in bed, heart hammering. The digital clock on my phone read 3:17 a.m. The sound was faint, distant, but unmistakable, a soft, melodic chiming, like small brass bells being gently tapped together. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the lake. I crept to the window and peered out. The moon was a sliver of silver, casting just enough light to reveal the black expanse of water. And there, far out on the lake, were lights. Not the steady glow of a boat, but flickering, dancing points of light, moving in a slow, deliberate pattern. Lanterns, dozens of them. And beneath the faint chiming, I could hear something else. A low, rhythmic sound like oars dipping into water. I strained my eyes, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The lights formed a rough circle, bobbing gently on the surface. Then, suddenly, as they had appeared, they began to fade, one by one, until only darkness remained. The chiming stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than before, charged with something I couldn't name. I told myself it was a dream, sleep deprivation, the stress of the move. But the image of those dancing lights was burned into my retinas. Morning brought weak sunlight and a rationalization that felt flimsy even to me. Fishermen. Early morning anglers with lanterns. The bells must have been equipment on their boat. It was a terrible explanation, but it was all I had. I spent the day performing my duties, checking the generator, which sputtered to life with a reassuring roar, inventorying the pantry. Cans of beans, bags of rice, dried goods that looked like they'd been stored since the Nixon administration, and walking the perimeter of the property. The lodge sat on a narrow peninsula, with the main dock extending northward into the lake. But there was another dock, smaller and more dilapidated, jutting southward from a rocky outcrop. The South Dock. Grayson's warning echoed in my mind. I approached it cautiously. The wood was slick with algae, the pilings blackened and crumbling. A heavy chain and padlock secured a gate at the entrance, but the lock was rusted open. Beyond the gate, the dock extended about 30 feet before ending abruptly. Halfway down, someone had painted a large, crude symbol in red paint, a circle with a line through it like a prohibition sign. But inside the circle was not a cigarette or a gun. It was a crude drawing of a church steeple. I stood there for a long time, staring at that symbol, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. Why would anyone mark a dock with a symbol forbidding a church? That afternoon, driven by a curiosity I couldn't suppress, I drove the lodge's ancient ATV down the single gravel road that led away from the property. 7 miles in, I found a town of Millersford, or what was left of it. It was a ghost town in the truest sense, not abandoned and decaying, but deliberately erased. The road ended at a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. Beyond it, the land sloped downward into a wide, grassy basin. Foundations of buildings poked through the earth like broken teeth. A single stone chimney stood sentinel over nothing. And at the far edge of the basin, the land dropped away sharply into the deep blue water of Lake Serenity. This was where the lake began. This was where Millersford had been. A weathered sign, half hidden by weeds, read, "Millersford Valley, flooded 1957 for hydroelectric project, population 217. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn air. 217 people. Their homes, their church, their entire town, deliberately drowned to create this lake, to create Serenity. The name felt like a cruel joke. I took a few photos with my phone, the digital shutter clicking loudly at the silence, and turned back toward the lodge. The weight of the drowned town settled on my shoulders, heavier than the mountain air. That night, the dreams began. I was standing on the south dock, the wood solid beneath my feet. The water was clear as glass, and beneath the surface I could see them, houses intact, preserved in the cold, dark water, a main street lined with storefronts, their windows still holding displays frozen in time, a white clapboard church with a steeple that reached toward the surface like a drowning man's hand. People moved through the submerged streets. They weren't swimming. They were walking, as if the water wasn't there. Their faces were pale, blurred, their mouths open in silent screams. They looked up at me, their eyes wide and pleading. One of them, a woman in a faded floral dress, raised a hand and pointed toward the surface, toward me. I woke, gasping. Drenched in cold sweat, the image of her pointing finger seared into my mind. The digital clock read 3:17 a.m., the same time as before. I lay awake for hours, listening to the silence, waiting for the bells. Days blurred into a routine of maintenance and growing dread. I avoided the south dock, but I found myself drawn to the main dock every evening, sitting on the edge with my feet dangling inches above the water, watching the sunset paint the lake in hues of orange and purple. The water was mesmerizing, deceptively calm. During the day I'd sometimes see shadows moving deep below, large, slow shapes that might have been fish, might have been logs. But at dusk, the lake seemed come alive with a different kind of movement. Ripples would form in patterns that defied the wind. Circular waves would emanate from points far from shore, as if something large had broken the surface and then vanished again. Once, I saw what looked like a hand, pale, bloated, break the surface about 50 yards out before slipping back beneath the water with barely a splash. I told myself it was a branch, a trick of the light. But the rationalizations were wearing thin. I started researching. The lodge's small office contained a bookshelf of local histories and old newspapers preserved under glass. I spent hours poring over them, the dust making me sneeze. The official story was straightforward. In 1957, the state had dammed the Serenity River to create a reservoir for hydroelectric power and flood control. The town of Millersford, situated in the valley, was evacuated. Residents were compensated, poorly according to some accounts, and relocated. The town was demolished, or so the records claimed. But the newspapers told a different story. Articles from the weeks before the flooding spoke of resistance, of families refusing to leave their ancestral homes, of Reverend Amos Miller, the town's pastor, who had led protests claiming the valley was consecrated ground and that flooding it would bring a curse upon the waters. The final edition of the Millersford Gazette, dated October 12, 1957, contained a single stark headline: Last prayer service held at Millersford Church. Congregation vows to stay. Below it, a photograph of Reverend Miller standing on the church steps, his face a mask of grim determination. The paper had gone to press before the flooding began. There was no follow-up article, no account of what happened to those who stayed. I found a map tucked inside a leather-bound journal in the office desk. It was a hand-drawn survey of the original Millersford town layout. The streets were labeled in elegant script: Main Street, Church Lane, Miller's Way. And there, at the center of town, was the church, St. Agnes Episcopal, the same steeple I'd seen in my dream, the same steeple painted on the south dock. My hands trembled as I traced the streets with my finger. This wasn't just a drowned town. This was a place where people had chosen to stay, where they had made a stand, and the lake had swallowed them whole. That evening, unable to shake the image of Reverend Miller's defiant face, I made a decision. I would go to the South Dock. I would see for myself what Grayson was so afraid of. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the lodge grounds. I walked with purpose, my boots crunching on the gravel path. The air grew colder the closer I got to the water. When I reached the dock, the chain-link gate swung open with a protesting squeal of rusted hinges. The dock itself felt different underfoot. The wood was colder, damper, as if it existed in a different season. I walked to the end, my heart pounding in my ears. The water here was darker, almost black, and it was moving, not with waves, but with a slow, swirling current that seemed to pull toward the center of the lake. I knelt, peering into the depths. At first, there was nothing but darkness. Then, as my eyes adjusted, I saw it. Faint at first, like a mirage. The outline of a rooftop, then a street lamp, its glass globe still intact, then the steeple, St. Agnes Church. It was down there, preserved, waiting. I leaned closer, my breath catching in my throat, and then I saw them. Figures, standing in the submerged street. Dozens of them. Their faces turned upward, their eyes fixed on me. They weren't blurred or distorted like in my dream. They were clear, pale, drowned. A woman in a floral dress, a man in overalls, children holding hands. And at the front of the crowd, standing on the church steps, was Reverend Miller. His face was bloated, his hair floating around his head like seaweed, but his eyes were sharp, intelligent, burning with a cold, ancient anger. He raised a hand, not in greeting, but in accusation. And then, from the depths, I heard it, not a whisper carried on the wind, a voice, clear as day, bubbling up through the water. "You see us now." I stumbled backward, falling hard on the slick wood. The voice wasn't in my head. It was in the air around me, wet and cold. I scrambled to my feet, my pulse roaring in my ears. I ran back to the lodge, not stopping until I slammed the heavy oak door shut behind me and threw the deadbolt. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, my entire body trembling. I was losing my mind. Sleep deprivation, isolation. It had to be. But the voice had been so real, so distinct. I spent the rest of the night huddled by the cold fireplace, jumping at every creak and groan of the old lodge. I didn't sleep. At dawn, exhausted and hollow-eyed, I forced myself to return to the south dock. In the clear light of morning, it looked like any other abandoned dock. The water was placid, reflecting the pale blue sky. No submerged town, no figures, no voices. I almost convinced myself it had been a hallucination brought on by stress and lack of sleep. Almost. The changes began subtly. A teacup I'd left on the kitchen table was found on the floor by the back door, shattered. A book I'd been reading was discovered open on my bed to a page I hadn't read, a passage about drowned villages and restless spirits. The oil lamp in my room would be extinguished in the middle of the night, only to be relit by morning, the wick trimmed neatly. I started hearing footsteps in the hallway outside my room, slow, deliberate steps that would stop right outside my door. I'd lie frozen in bed, listening until the sound faded away. Once I woke to find the words, "Come home," scratched into the dusty surface of my nightstand. The scratches were fresh. I hadn't done it. The lodge was playing tricks on me. Or something in the lodge was. I tried to call for help. The radio in Grayson's office was an old shortwave model, crackling with static. I turned a dial, desperate for a voice, any voice. All I got was white noise and, faintly beneath it, that same chiming of bells. I tried my cell phone, no signal. The bars remained stubbornly empty, no matter where I stood on the property. I was cut off, truly alone. The realization settled over me like a shroud. There was no leaving, not until my contract was up, not until Grayson returned, and Grayson had given no indication of when that would be. That night, the lake called to me, not with words, but with a pull, a deep, magnetic yearning that started in my bones and grew until it was all I could think about. I fought it. I locked myself in my room, buried under blankets, but the pull was relentless. It was a homesickness for a place I'd never been, a longing for the cold, dark silence beneath the water. At 3:17 a.m., I found myself standing on the south dock again. I had no memory of walking there. The moon was full, casting a silver path across the black water, and the town was visible, not as a faint outline, but clear and sharp, as if the water had become a window. The streets were lit by the same ghostly lanterns I'd seen from my window. Figures moved through them. They weren't walking anymore, they were processing. A slow, solemn parade moving down Main Street toward the church. And they were singing, a hymn, faint, distorted by the water, but unmistakable. Abide with me. The words bubbled up through the surface, wet and cold. Abide with me. Fast falls the eventide, the darkness deepens. Lord, with me abide. I felt tears streaming down my face, though I didn't know why. The song was beautiful, haunting, and it was a summons. Reverend Miller stood at the church doors, his drowned face lifted toward me. His voice rose above the chorus, clear and commanding. The water remembers. The stones remember. We remember. Come home. The pull intensified, a physical force tugging at my chest. My feet moved of their own accord, carrying me to the very edge of the dock. The water lapped gently at the pilings below. It looked warm, inviting, a release from the crushing loneliness of the lodge, from the hollow ache of my failed life. All I had to do was step off. Just one step. The cold would be a shock, but only for a moment. Then peace, then belonging. I leaned forward, my toes curling over the edge. The faces below looked up at me, their expressions not of malice, but of welcome, of understanding. They had been waiting for someone to see them, to remember them, to join them. My arms lifted as if to embrace the water. I closed my eyes. And then a sound cut through the hymn, a sharp metallic clang. The heavy iron bell from the lodge's cupola, which hadn't been rung in decades, tolled once, a deep, resonant note that vibrated through the dock and into my bones. The spell broke. I stumbled backward, gasping, my heart hammering against my ribs. The vision of the town flickered and vanished. The water was just water again, black, silent, empty. I collapsed on the dock, sobbing with relief and terror. Something in the lodge had saved me, or something had warned me away. The next morning, I was a wreck. Dark circles under my eyes, hands shaking so badly I could barely hold a cup of coffee. I knew I couldn't stay. I had to leave. Contract or no contract. I packed a bag with essentials, food, water, my journal, and headed for the ATV. But when I reached the garage, the vehicle was dead. The battery was completely drained, the terminals corroded with a strange greenish mold that smelled of stagnant water. I tried the lodge's ancient pickup truck. Same thing. Dead. I was trapped. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't an accident. The town wasn't just showing itself to me, it was keeping me, tested me, waiting. That afternoon, driven by a desperate need to understand, I went back to the office and dug deeper into the archives. I found Grayson's name in an old ledger, a maintenance log from the 1970s, Elias Grayson, caretaker, and beside his name, in the margin, a note in a different hand. Knows the truth. Stays for penance. Penance? What truth? I kept searching, pulling out folders and binders until I found it. A personnel file, not for Grayson, for someone else, Sarah Grayson, his wife. The file contained a single newspaper clipping, yellowed with age. The headline read, "Local Woman Drowns in Lake Serenity." The article was brief. Sarah Grayson, 42, wife of lodge caretaker Elias Grayson, had gone for a late-night swim on August 14th, 1978, and never returned. Her body was never recovered. The article mentioned that searchers had focused their efforts near the South Dock, where witnesses claimed to have seen a woman swimming alone. But the water was too deep, the current too strong. Case closed. Accident. But the date caught my eye. August 14th. The anniversary was in 3 days. And the location, the South Dock. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn air. Grayson hadn't just warned me away from the dock out of superstition. He'd lost someone there, someone the lake had taken, someone who had joined the drowned town. That night, the dreams were worse. I was in the water, not swimming, but sinking. The cold was absolute, stealing my breath, my thoughts. Above me, the surface was a shrinking circle of moonlight. Below me, the lights of Millersford glowed, welcoming. I could see the faces now, clear and sharp. They were smiling, reaching for me. And among them, I saw her. A woman with long, dark hair floating around her face, wearing a simple blue dress. Her eyes were open, clouded with the film of death, but her expression was peaceful. She held out a hand. "Almost home," she whispered, her voice bubbling with water. I woke screaming, my sheets soaked with sweat. The digital clock read 3:17 a.m. The chiming had started again, but this time it wasn't coming from the lake. It was coming from inside the lodge, from the hallway outside my door. I sat up, my heart pounding. The chiming was soft, melodic, like small brass bells. I got out of bed, my legs trembling, and crept to the door. I pressed my ear against the wood. The chiming was right on the other side, and beneath it, a whisper, wet, cold. Sarah waits. The anniversary comes. She is lonely. I backed away from the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. This wasn't just about the drowned town anymore. This was personal. The lake knew my name. It knew why I was here. It knew about Sarah, my Sarah, the one who had left me, the one whose absence had driven me to this place. The lake was using her, uses my grief, my guilt, my regret. The next 2 days passed in a haze of terror and exhaustion. I barely ate. I jumped at shadows. Every creak of the lodge was a footstep. Every gust of wind was a whisper. I avoided the south dock completely, staying inside with the curtains drawn, as if that could keep the lake at bay. But the lake was in the lodge now. I could feel it in the dampness that clung to the walls, in the faint smell of rotting lilies that lingered in the air no matter how many windows I opened. I found more signs. A child's hair ribbon, faded pink, laid neatly on my pillow. A pocket watch, rusted and stopped at 3:17, placed on the kitchen table. A photograph, water-stained and blurred, showing a group of people standing in front of St. Agnes Church. Their faces were scratched out, except for one. A young woman in a blue dress, her smile serene, her eyes staring directly at the camera. At me. The lake was building a case, gathering evidence, preparing me. The anniversary arrived on a day of oppressive stillness. The sky was a flat leaden gray, no wind, no birds. The lake was a sheet of polished obsidian, reflecting the heavy clouds above. I knew what was coming. I could feel it in the air, a tension like the moment before a lightning strike. I spent the day barricaded in my room, the door locked, a chair wedged under the knob. But I knew it was futile. The lake didn't need doors. It was in the walls, in the floorboards, in my blood. As dusk fell, the power went out. Not just the generator. The entire lodge was plunged into darkness. The oil lamps I'd lit guttered and died, their flames snuffed out by an unseen hand. Only the moon provided any light, casting long, distorted shadows across the room. And then the chiming began, not faint and distant anymore, loud, insistent, coming from every direction at once, from the hallway, from the walls, from beneath the floor. The whispers joined it, a chorus of wet, cold voices overlapping, weaving together into a single, coherent message. She waits. She is cold. She is alone. You left her. You let her go. Now you will bring her home. The door to my room swung open. No sound of the lock turning, no splintering of wood. It simply opened, as if invited. Standing in the doorway was a figure, tall, thin, dressed in the tattered remains of a fine suit, now bloated and stained with water. His face was pale, his features blurred, but his eyes were sharp, burning with a cold, ancient intelligence. Reverend Miller. He didn't speak. He simply extended a hand, his fingers webbed with pale, translucent skin. An invitation, a command. Behind him, the hallway was no longer the hallway of the lodge. It was a street. Cobblestones slick with water, gas lamps burning with a sickly yellow light. the submerged streets of Millersford, and at the end of the hall, standing beneath the flickering light of a street lamp, was a woman. Her hair was dark, floating around her face. She wore a simple blue dress. Her skin was pale, bloated. Her eyes were open, clouded with death. But her smile was peaceful, welcoming. Sarah, not my Sarah, Grayson's Sarah. But the lake had shaped her into the image of my loss, my guilt, my deepest regret. "Come home," she whispered, her voice the sound of water dripping from a drowned ceiling. I don't remember standing up. I don't remember walking toward them. My body moved of its own accord, drawn by a force stronger than fear, stronger than reason. I passed through the doorway and onto the cobblestones. The air was cold, damp, the scent of rotting. Lilies was overwhelming. The whispers surrounded me, a comforting blanket of sound. "You are not alone. You will never be alone again." I walked down the street, past storefronts with windows that showed only darkness, past houses with doors that stood open, revealing rooms filled with water. The townspeople lined the street, their drowned faces turned toward me. They weren't threatening. They were welcoming. They had been waiting for so long, waiting for someone to remember them, to acknowledge them, to join them. At the end of the street stood St. Agnes Church. The doors were open. Inside, the pews were filled with the drowned. They turned as I approached, their faces expectant. At the altar stood Reverend Miller, and beside him, holding his hand, was Sarah. She looked at me, her clouded eyes filled with a sad, gentle understanding. "You came back," she said. "You didn't leave me alone." I stepped into the church. The water was ankle deep, cold as ice. It rose quickly, swirling around my calves, my knees, my waist. It didn't feel like drowning. It felt like coming home. The cold was a relief. The weight of the water was a comfort. The whispers grew louder, warmer, wrapping around me like an embrace. I saw my life flash before my eyes, not the failures, not the regrets, but the moments of connection, the love I had known, the love I had lost, and I understood. The lake didn't want to punish me. It wanted to complete me, to fill the hollow spaces inside me with its own cold, eternal peace. The water reached my chest, my shoulders, my chin. I took one last breath of the damp, lily-scented air, and then I let myself sink. The water closed over my head. The world went silent, dark, and then light. A soft, golden light emanating from the church windows. The whispers became a chorus, a hymn. "Abide with me." I opened my eyes. I was standing in the aisle of the church. The water was gone. The townspeople were smiling. Their faces were no longer bloated, no longer dead. They were whole, peaceful. Sarah stood before me, her hand outstretched. Her eyes were clear. Her smile was real. "Welcome home," she said, and for the first time in years I felt no fear, no loneliness, no regret. I was home. I was remembered. I was part of the town, part of the lake, part of a silence that was not empty, but full, eternal. And high in the lodge, in a room that no longer exists except in memory, a journal lies open on a dusty desk. The final entry, written in a hand that grows steadily more frantic than peaceful, reads, "They are not drowned. They are waiting, and now so am I. The water is warm. The bells are ringing. I am almost home. The ink is still wet. The page is still warm. And somewhere, deep beneath the black water of Lake Serenity, a new light joins the others. A new face looks up toward the surface, waiting, watching, welcoming the next lost soul who comes to Serenity Point, seeking solitude, finding eternity. The lake is patient. The town is hungry, and the whispers never, ever stop. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. Cinema Rex's last picture, where the projector still runs by itself. The classified ad was tucked between listings for warehouse night guards and cemetery caretakers. Odd company, but that's where I'd been looking ever since the divorce finalized. Projectionist/caretaker needed for Cinema Rex. Live-in position, 1-month term, $2,000 per month. Inquire at main entrance, 9 p.m. No phone number, no email, just an address in a part of the city I'd never visited. A neighborhood the maps labeled as Industrial District, but that locals called the Forgotten Quarter. I was 38 years old, sleeping on my brother's couch, my life reduced to a single duffel bag and the crushing weight of failure. Sarah had taken the house, the dog, the friends we'd accumulated over 12 years. All I had left was a technical certificate in film projection from a community college I'd attended 2 decades ago, a skill as obsolete as the rotary phone. But Cinema Rex was still using film. The ad said so. Must be proficient with 35mm projectors. Someone, somewhere, still believed in celluloid. I showed up at 9 p.m. on a Tuesday in late October. The air was cold, carrying the scent of decaying leaves and distant rain. Cinema Rex loomed out of the urban gloom like a sleeping dragon. It was a grand old movie palace from the 1920s, all Art Deco curves and geometric patterns carved into weathered limestone. But time had not been kind. The marquee was a skeleton of rusted metal, its bulbs long dead, the letters spelling out Cinema Rex, hanging crooked and incomplete. Boards covered the ticket windows. Graffiti scarred the walls in angry, colorful slashes. Yet the front doors, massive double doors of carved oak, stood slightly ajar, as if waiting for me. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of dust, old velvet, and something else. Popcorn. Not the stale chemical scent of abandoned concession stands, but the warm, buttery aroma of freshly popped corn. It was impossible. The building had been closed for years. I followed the scent down a narrow hallway lined with peeling wallpaper depicting scenes from silent films. Chaplin, Keaton, Lloyd. Their faces faded to gnostly smudges. At the end of the hall stood a man. He was ancient, his spine curved like a question mark, his hands gnarled and spotted with age. He wore a faded red usher's jacket, its brass buttons tarnished, a flashlight dangling from a chain around his neck. His face was a road map of wrinkles, but his eyes, pale blue and startlingly clear, held a depth of sorrow that made my chest ache. "You're late," he said. His voice was a dry rasp, like pages turning in an old book. "I'm not late," I replied. "It's exactly 9. He didn't smile. "Time is different here. You'll learn." He extended a hand, not to shake, but palm up, waiting. I placed my resume in it. He glanced at it once, then tucked it into his pocket without reading. "I'm Arthur," he said. "I've been keeping the lights on. You'll find your quarters in the projection booth. The projector is in working order. Your duties are simple. Arrive at 8 p.m. Prepare the projector. Ensure it runs through the night. Extinguish the house lights at dawn. Do not watch the film. Do not enter the auditorium during the screening. Do not speak to anyone you see in the seats. Your term ends on the last night of the month. Be gone by sunrise." Before I could ask what film or why I couldn't watch it, or who might be sitting in the empty seats of a shuttered cinema, Arthur turned and shuffled away, his footsteps silent on the worn carpet. I stood alone in the hallway, the scent of popcorn growing stronger, pulling me forward like a thread. The auditorium took my breath away. It was vast, a cavern of red plush and gold leaf, now muted by decades of dust, but still magnificent. The ceiling was a domed masterpiece of painted constellations, the stars picked out in tiny embedded lights that still glowed with a soft, celestial luminescence. Rows of velvet seats cascaded down toward the screen, their crimson fabric faded to a dusty rose. And at the front, dominating the space, was the screen itself. It was pristine. Not a tear, not a stain, not a single mark of age. It glowed with a faint internal light, as if waiting. But it was the projection booth that truly unnerved me. Accessed by a narrow spiral staircase tucked behind the stage, it was a time capsule of analog technology. 2 massive 35mm projectors, Century SA units, the kind they don't make anymore, stood side by side on heavy steel tables. Reels of film were stacked neatly on shelves, their metal cans gleaming in the dim light. A workbench held splicers, tape, oil cans, cleaning brushes, everything a projectionist might need. And in the center of the booth, on a small wooden table, sat a single key. Brass, old, intricately carved with what looked like film sprocket holes. A note beside it read, "For the projector, do not lose it." My quarters were a small room off the booth, a cot, a sink, a hot plate, a single window overlooking the empty street below. It was sparse, but clean. On the nightstand sat a kerosene lamp and a leather-bound ledger. I opened it. The pages were filled with entries in various hands dating back decades. Each entry was brief, almost ritualistic. October 12th, 1978. Projector ran smoothly. Film completed at 5:17 a.m. No incidents. March 3rd, 1985. Replaced bulb in left projector. Film appears unchanged. The woman in the blue dress was in her usual seat. November 19th, 1992. Storm caused power fluctuation at 2:44 a.m. Projector did not stop. Film continued uninterrupted. How? April 7th, 2001, saw him again tonight. The soldier sitting in the front row. He never moves, never reacts, just watches. September 30, 2010. Last night. I can't do this anymore. The crying won't stop. I hear it even when I'm not here. Tell them I'm sorry. The final entry was dated October 31st, 2010. Below it, the pages were blank, waiting for me. That first night, I did as Arthur instructed. At 8 p.m., I climbed the spiral staircase to the projection booth. The projectors were cold, silent. I loaded a fresh reel onto the platter system, threaded the film through the gate with practiced hands. The muscle memory was still there, buried under 20 years of irrelevance, and inserted the brass key into a small slot on the side of the machine. I turned it. The projector whirred to life, not with a hesitant sputter of old machinery, but with a smooth, confident hum, as if it had been running continuously for decades. The film began to feed through the gate. I flipped the switch that controlled the house lights. They dimmed slowly, dramatically, the way they used to in the old days, until the auditorium was bathed in near darkness. Then I pressed the button that opened the shutter. Light exploded from the projector lens, cutting through the booth's darkness and striking the screen below. Film began to play. I didn't watch. I kept my back to the viewport, my eyes fixed on the spinning reels, the steady flow of celluloid. But I could hear it, the sound of an old film print, slight hiss, the gentle whir of the platter, the crackle of an optical soundtrack, and beneath it, music, a piano score, tinny and distant, the kind that accompanied silent films. Then voices, dialogue, laughter, the sounds of a movie theater in its heyday, the murmur of a crowd, the rustle of programs, the distant chime of the usher's bell, and then screaming, not from the film, from the auditorium, real human screams of terror and pain. I spun around, my heart hammering. Through the viewport, I could see the screen. It wasn't showing a movie. It was showing the auditorium itself. The camera was positioned where I stood, looking down at the seats below. And the seats were full, packed with people in 1940s clothing, men in suits and fedoras, women in dresses and gloves, children perched on the edges of their seats, their faces lit by the glow of the screen. They were laughing, talking, enjoying the show. And then the screen went black, not a fade to black, a violent, jarring cut. The image of the happy audience vanished, replaced by darkness. And in that darkness, words appeared, handwritten in what looked like blood. Fire. The word hung there for a moment, then dissolved. The screen showed the auditorium again, but now it was chaos. Smoke filled the air. People were screaming, stumbling over seats, clawing at each other in their panic. Flames licked at the edges of the screen, consuming the velvet curtains, climbing the ornate walls. I could smell it now, the acrid stench of burning wood, melting plastic, human flesh. The screams were deafening. I covered my ears, but the sound wasn't coming from speakers. It was coming from the building itself, from the walls, from the very air. I wanted to run, to smash the projector, to flee this cursed place. But my feet were rooted to the floor. I watched, paralyzed, as the fire consumed the audience, as people burned alive in their seats, as children were trampled underfoot, as the beautiful ornate ceiling collapsed in a shower of burning debris. The final image was of a little girl in a white dress, her face streaked with soot and tears, reaching up toward the projection booth as flames engulfed her. Her mouth was open in a silent scream. Then the screen went white, blinding, searing white, and the projector stopped. Silence, absolute, profound silence. I stood there, trembling, sweat pouring down my face. The house lights came up automatically, bathing the auditorium in a soft, golden glow. The seats were empty. The screen was blank. There was no smoke, no fire, no bodies, just dust motes dancing in the light. I stumbled down the spiral staircase and into the auditorium. The air was cool, clean, no smell of smoke. I ran my hands over the seats. They were dry, undamaged. I touched the screen. It was cool, smooth. I was losing my mind. Sleep deprivation, stress, the weight of my failed life pressing down on me, manifesting in hallucinations. But when I returned to the projection booth, the film canister was warm, and on the workbench, next to the splicer, was a single charred piece of paper, a ticket stub, dated October 31st, 1948. Admission, 25 cents. Seat, orchestra, row G, seat 12. The little girl's seat. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the window in my quarters, watching the empty street below, waiting for dawn. When the first gray light filtered through the glass, I packed my duffel bag and headed for the door. I was done. I didn't care about the money. I didn't care about the job. I wasn't staying another night in this haunted tomb. But the doors were locked, not just locked, sealed. The massive oak doors had fused shut. The wood warped and twisted as if by intense heat. I pounded on them until my fists were raw. I screamed for help. No one came. No one ever came to this part of the city. I was trapped. Arthur appeared at noon, as if he'd been waiting for me to give up. He stood at the bottom of the spiral staircase, his pale eyes fixed on me. "You tried to leave," he said. It wasn't an accusation. It was a statement of fact. "I can't stay here," I said, my voice cracking. "What I saw last night." "You saw the truth," Arthur interrupted. "The last picture, the one that never ends." He led me to a small office behind the concession stand, a room I hadn't known existed. The walls were covered in newspaper clippings all yellowed with age. The headline of the largest article read, "Tragedy at Cinema Rex. Fire claims 127 during Halloween screening." The date, November 1st, 1948. The article described a fire that had broken out during a special Halloween matinee, a silent film festival for children. Faulty wiring in the projection booth had sparked a blaze that spread with terrifying speed. The exits had been blocked, some by debris, others by panicked crowds. 127 people had died, most of them children. The cinema had been closed immediately after, condemned but never demolished. The city had tried to tear it down multiple times, but the building had resisted. Bulldozers broke down. Demolition crews quit after hearing whispers in the empty seats. Architects found their blueprints mysteriously altered overnight. "The projector won't stop," Arthur said, his voice barely a whisper. "It runs every night, showing the last moments of those who died here. It's not a recording. It's a memory. The building remembers, the film remembers, and they need someone to watch, to bear witness." "Why me?" I asked, my voice trembling. Arthur's eyes held mine. "Because you're the first one in 10 years who didn't run. The last caretaker lasted 3 nights. The one before him, 2. You stayed, you watched. That makes you the keeper now." He left me alone in the office. I spent the afternoon reading the clippings, studying the photographs of the victims, smiling faces frozen in time, children holding popcorn buckets, families dressed in their Sunday best. I learned their names: Margaret and Thomas Wilkins, ages 7 and 9. Eleanor Vance, 68, a retired school teacher who'd brought her grandchildren. James Miller, 34, an usher who died trying to open a blocked exit. 127 souls trapped, burning, screaming. That night, I returned to the projection booth. My hands shook as I loaded the film, threaded the gate, inserted the key. I didn't want to do this, but I couldn't leave, and I couldn't let them die alone again. I turned the key. The projector whirred to life. The house lights dimmed. The shutter opened, and I watched. I watched the happy audience. I watched the fire begin. I watched the panic, the terror, the agony. I watched Margaret Wilkins clutch her brother's hand as flames consumed them. I watched Eleanor Vance shield 2 children with her body, her face a mask of pure love even as the fire took her. I watched James Miller struggle with the exit doors, his muscles straining, his face determined, until the smoke overcame him and he collapsed, still trying to save them. I didn't look away. I bore witness. I let their pain wash over me. I let their terror become my terror. I let their final moments become a part of me. When it was over, when the screen went white and the projector fell silent, I was weeping, not out of fear, out of grief, out of respect. I did this every night. For 29 nights I climbed the spiral staircase, loaded the film, and watched the tragedy unfold. I learned to see the individuals in the crowd, the young couple on their first date, the old man who came every week to escape his loneliness, the mother who'd saved for months to bring her children to the movies. I learned their stories from the newspaper clippings, from the few artifacts Arthur showed me. A melted pocket watch, stopped at 3:17 p.m. a child's hair ribbon, a charred program from that final screening, and I began to see them during the day, not as ghosts, not as apparitions, but as impressions. A faint scent of perfume near the concession stand, the sound of children's laughter echoing from the empty auditorium, a cold spot near the exit where James Miller had died. They weren't haunting the place. They were waiting for someone to remember them, to acknowledge their lives, to honor their deaths. On the 30th night, the last night of my term, I prepared the projector as usual. But something was different. The film canister was warm before I even loaded it. The projector hummed with a strange anticipatory energy. Arthur appeared in the booth doorway, his face unreadable. "Tonight is different," he said. "The cycle is complete. The film has been witnessed. The memories have been honored. Tonight, you have a choice." "What choice?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "You can leave at dawn. The doors will be open. You can return to your life, carry this memory with you, and never speak of it again. Or you can stay. You can become the keeper. You can ensure that they are never forgotten, that their story is told, that their sacrifice is honored." He left me alone with the choice. I turned the key. The projector whirred to life. The house lights dimmed, the shutter opened, but the film was different. The screen showed the auditorium just as before, the happy audience, the children laughing, the parents smiling, but this time there was no fire, no panic, no terror. The screen showed what should have been, what could have been, a perfect afternoon at the movies, laughter, joy, wonder. The little girl in the white dress, Margaret Wilkins, turned and looked directly at the camera, at me. She smiled, a real, genuine smile. Then she waved. One by one, the others turned. Eleanor Vance, James Miller, Thomas Wilkins, all of them. They looked at me. They smiled. They nodded. "Thank you," their eyes said. "Thank you for remembering us. Thank you for setting us free." The screen faded to black, not the violent black of fire and death, but a gentle, peaceful darkness. And in that darkness, words appeared, not in blood, in light. "We are at peace." The projector stopped. The house lights came up. The auditorium was empty. But the air was different, lighter, warmer, filled with the sense of completion, of closure. I stood in the projection booth, tears streaming down my face. I knew what I had to do. At dawn, I packed my duffel bag. I descended the spiral staircase for the last time. The massive oak doors stood open, the morning light streaming through. I could leave. I could return to the world, to my empty life, to my loneliness. But I turned around. I walked back up the spiral staircase. I entered the projection booth. I sat down at the workbench. I opened the ledger to a fresh page. I picked up the pen. October 31st, 2026. Projector ran smoothly. Film completed at 5:18 a.m. No incidents. They are at peace. I am the keeper now. The doors are always open. The projector always runs. And if you ever find yourself in the forgotten quarter on a street that doesn't appear on any map, and you see a grand old movie palace with its doors wide open and the scent of popcorn on the air, know this: you are welcome. The seats are comfortable. The show is about to begin, and someone is waiting to bear witness to your story too. The Cinema Rex is open. The last picture has ended, but the memories live on, and they are no longer alone. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. Apex Tower's 13th floor, where the elevators hold dark memories. The classified ad was simple, almost clinical. Night security position, Apex Tower, $2,500 per month. Live-in quarters provided. 1-month term. Inquire at lobby desk, 10 p.m. No experience necessary. There was no phone number, no email address, no company name. Just an address in the financial district, a place I'd walked past 100 times without ever really seeing. Apex Tower. It stood 30 stories of weathered steel and grimy glass, a relic from the late 1970s that had somehow survived the city's relentless redevelopment. While sleek glass monoliths rose around it, Apex Tower remained a stubborn monument to a bygone era of brutalist architecture and corporate ambition. It had been empty for over a decade, its windows dark, its lobby sealed behind heavy plywood. Until now. I was desperate. The eviction notice had been taped to my door for 3 days. A stark white rectangle that seemed to grow larger every time I looked at it. My job at the call center had ended abruptly. A round of layoffs that left me with 2 weeks severance and a mountain of debt. My girlfriend had left 2 months ago, taken most of the furniture and what little remained of my self-respect. I was 32 years old, sleeping on a friend's couch, and the classified ad felt less like an opportunity and more like a lifeline, or a warning. I couldn't tell which. I showed up at 10 p.m. on a Thursday night. The city was still awake, humming with traffic and distant sirens, but Apex Tower stood in its own pocket of silence. The plywood had been removed from the lobby doors, revealing heavy brass handles tarnished with age. I pushed one open. The air inside was cold and still, smelling of dust, old carpet, and something faintly metallic, like copper pennies left in the rain. The lobby was a time capsule of 1970s corporate grandeur. A massive marble desk dominated the space, its surface scarred and stained. Behind it, a wall of brass mailboxes, each labeled with a company name that had long since gone bankrupt or been absorbed into some faceless conglomerate. The ceiling was a grid of recessed lights, most of them dark, casting the space in a dim yellowish glow. And in the center of the lobby stood 2 elevators. Their doors were polished steel, etched with intricate Art Deco patterns that had been worn smooth in places by decades of hands. Above each door was a brass plaque with an analog floor indicator, a red needle pointing to the current floor. Both needles were motionless, pointing at L for lobby. A man emerged from the shadows behind the desk. He was tall and gaunt, dressed in a suit that might have been expensive once, but now hung on his frame like a shroud. His hair was silver white, his face a road map of deep lines, but his eyes were what unsettled me most. They were the color of pale ice, and they held no warmth, no recognition, no humanity. He didn't smile. "You're the new man," he stated, his voice a dry rasp that seemed to scrape against the silence. I nodded. He handed me a heavy brass key on a leather fob. "Your quarters are on the 25th floor. Apartment 2501. The elevators are operational. Use them only between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Do not use the service elevator. Do not go to the 13th floor. Do not press the button for the 13th floor. If the elevator stops on the 13th floor, do not exit. Close the doors and go to the lobby immediately. Is this understood?" His eyes bored into mine. Waiting for an answer I didn't know how to give, I nodded again, my throat tight. He turned without another word and vanished back into the shadows, leaving me alone with the two silent elevators. The ride up to the 25th floor was the first indication that something was wrong with Apex Tower. The elevator car was small, paneled in dark walnut, with brass handrails and a control panel of circular buttons that glowed with a soft amber light. I pressed 25, and the doors slid shut with a soft hiss. The car began to ascend with a low hum, but the ascent wasn't smooth. The car jerked slightly, as if the cables were catching on something, and then I heard it, a whisper, faint, almost imperceptible, coming from the walls of the car itself. It wasn't a voice, not exactly. It was the sound of memory, of fragments of conversations layered over each other, overlapping in a chaotic tapestry of sound. Quarterly projections looked promising. Meeting on the 15th at 3. She said she'd meet me after work. I can't do this anymore. The whispers were accompanied by flashes of images behind my eyelids. Brief, disjointed glimpses of men in suits, women in power skirts, briefcases, coffee cups, the glow of computer monitors. It was like the elevator was replaying every conversation, every moment of anxiety, every secret shared within its walls over the past 40 years. I squeezed my eyes shut, gripping the brass handrail until my knuckles turned white. When I opened them again, the car was still ascending, the floor indicator clicking past 10. The whispers had stopped. I told myself it was stress, sleep deprivation, the power of suggestion. But my hands were trembling. Apartment 2501 was exactly what I expected, a corporate apartment frozen in time. The furniture was heavy and functional, a beige sofa, a glass coffee table, a television that was at least 20 years old. The walls were painted a neutral beige, the carpet a dull gray. There were no personal touches, no photographs, no books. It felt less like a home and more like a stage set. A single sheet of paper lay on the kitchen counter. It was a typed schedule. Patrol floors 20 to 30 every 2 hours. Check all stairwell doors. Ensure all windows are secure. Report any anomalies to lobby desk. At the bottom, in smaller type, the building remembers. Do not listen. I spent the first few nights in a state of heightened alertness. The patrols were monotonous, walking the empty corridors, checking doors that were always locked, peering into dark offices that held only the ghosts of desks and filing cabinets. The building was a labyrinth of silence, broken only by the occasional groan of settling steel or the hum of the ancient HVAC system. But the elevators were different. Every time I rode one, the whispers returned. Sometimes they were faint, barely audible beneath the hum of machinery. Other times they were loud, clear, almost conversational. I started to recognize patterns. The morning elevator was filled with the anxious chatter of executives rushing to meetings, the clatter of briefcases, the smell of coffee and cologne. The afternoon elevator carried the weary sighs of secretaries and junior staff, the rustle of papers, the muttered complaints about bosses and deadlines. The evening elevator was the worst. It was filled with the intimate whispers of couples meeting in secret, offices, the sound of tears being shed in corners, the quiet confessions of affairs and betrayals. The building wasn't just remembering, it was cataloging, archiving every moment of human drama that had played out within its steel and glass walls. I found the first photograph on the third night. I was checking the stairwell on the 22nd floor when I noticed something tucked into the crack of the doorframe. A small black and white photograph, curled at the edges. It showed a young woman in a 1980s business suit, her hair teased into a perfect helmet, her smile bright and confident. She was standing in front of the Apex Tower lobby desk, holding what looked like an employee badge. On the back, in faded blue ink, was written, "Sarah, first day, 1985. I slipped the photograph into my pocket, a strange sense of protectiveness washing over me. The next night, I found another, a man in a tie laughing, his arm around a colleague. Mark and Dave, happy hour, 1988. The night after, that, a group photo of a department. 20 faces, all smiling, all frozen in time. Accountant Department Christmas Party, 1991. The photographs kept appearing, always in the same stairwell, always tucked into door frames or hidden behind loose baseboards. It was as if the building was trying to tell me something, to introduce me to the people who had once called this place home. The dream started around the same time. I'd be riding the elevator, the whispers swirling around me, and the car would suddenly lurch to a stop. The floor indicator would point to 13. The doors would slide open, revealing not a dark corridor, but a brightly lit office floor. People would be everywhere, typing at computers, talking on phones, rushing between cubicles. They'd all turn to look at me, their faces expectant, their eyes wide with a mixture of hope and fear. And then one of them would step forward, a woman in a red dress, her face pale, her hands trembling. She'd reach out to me, her mouth opening to speak, but no sound would come out. The doors would slam shut, and I'd wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding. The image of her desperate face burned into my mind. I tried to research Apex Tower. During the day, when I wasn't on duty, I'd go to the public library and dig through old newspapers on microfiche. The building had been completed in 1978, hailed as a marvel of modern architecture. It had housed law firms, investment banks, advertising agencies, the cream of the city's corporate world. For 20 years, it had been a hub of activity, a place where fortunes were made and lost, where careers were built and destroyed. But then, in 1998, something happened. The records were vague, contradictory. One article mentioned a tragic incident on the 13th floor. Another referred to a corporate scandal that led to the building's rapid decline. A third simply stated that Apex Tower had been abandoned due to structural concerns. There were no details, no names, no photographs, It was as if someone had deliberately erased the building's history, leaving only fragments and whispers. On the 7th night, I broke the rules. I was riding the elevator down to the lobby for my midnight check-in. The car was unusually quiet, the whispers absent. The floor indicator clicked past 15, 14, and then paused. The car shuddered, a deep metallic groan echoing through the shaft. The needle on the indicator wavered, then settled on 13. My blood ran cold. The doors slid open with a soft hiss. The 13th floor was not what I expected. It wasn't dark or decaying. It was pristine. The corridor was brightly lit by fluorescent tubes, the carpet a deep burgundy, the walls lined with dark wood paneling. Office doors stood open, revealing empty cubicles, desks covered in a fine layer of dust. The air was still and cold, carrying the faint scent of lemon polish and old paper. And it was silent. Not the oppressive silence of abandonment, but a waiting silence, a held breath. I stepped out of the elevator. The moment my foot touched the carpet, the world shifted. The empty offices filled with people, men in suits, women in power skirts, all moving with purpose, their faces etched with the familiar lines of corporate anxiety. They didn't see me. They moved around me as if I were a ghost. The whispers returned, louder than ever, a cacophony of voices overlapping in a chaotic symphony of memory. The board is expecting the report by Friday. I can't believe he took credit for my work. Meet me in the conference room at noon. I love you, but I can't do this anymore. I walked down the corridor, my heart hammering in my chest. The offices blurred past me, a law firm, an accounting office, a marketing agency, and then I saw it. At the end of the hall, a set of double doors marked Executive Suite. The doors were slightly ajar. Inside, a large corner office with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. A massive oak desk dominated the space, and behind the desk, a man. He was in his 50s, with silver hair and a face that had once been handsome, but was now ravaged by stress and something darker. He was staring out the window, his hands clenched into fists. On the desk in front of him was a single photograph, a family portrait, a woman, 2 children, all smiling. The man turned. His eyes were hollow, empty. He looked directly at me, and for a moment I thought he could see me. I had no choice, he whispered, his voice cracking. The numbers, they didn't lie, but the people, God, the people. He sank into his chair, his head in his hands, and then I saw them, figures emerging from the shadows of the office, men and women in business attire, their faces pale, their eyes wide with accusation. They surrounded the man's desk, their whispers growing louder, more insistent. You promised. My family. We trusted you. The man looked up, his face mask of pure terror. I'm sorry, he choked out. I'm so sorry. And then he did it. He reached into his desk drawer, pulled out a handgun, and placed the barrel against his temple. The shot was deafening, a single crack that echoed through the silent office. The man slumped forward, blood spreading across the polished wood of his desk. The figures around him didn't react. They just stood there, watching, their whispers now a low, satisfied hum. I stumbled backward, bile rising in my throat. This wasn't a memory. This was a recording, a perfect, horrifying replay of a moment that had happened here 20 years ago. The building wasn't just remembering, it was preserving, trapping these moments in time, forcing them to replay over and over like a broken record. I turned and ran back down the corridor, the whispers chasing me, the figures turning their hollow eyes toward me as I passed. I reached the elevator and slammed my hand against the door close button. The doors slid shut, sealing me in the small walnut-paneled car. I pressed L for lobby, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hit the button. The car began to descend, the whispers now a frantic panic chorus. "Don't tell anyone. It was an accident." They'll never know. The floor indicator clicked past 12, 11, 10, and then it stopped. The car shuddered, the lights flickering. The needle on the indicator wavered, then settled on 13 again. "No," I whispered, my voice trembling. "No, no, no." The doors slid open. The 13th floor was different this time. The offices were dark, the fluorescent lights flickering erratically. The carpet was stained with dark, wet patches, and the people, they were different. Their faces were pale, their eyes wide with terror. They were running, screaming. I saw a woman in a red dress, the same woman from my dreams, clutching a briefcase to her chest, her face streaked with tears. She ran past me, her eyes wide with panic. "They're coming!" she screamed. "They're going to kill us all!" I followed her, my legs moving on their own. She burst into a large conference room where a dozen other people were huddled together, their faces pale with fear. At the head of the table stood a man in a security guard's uniform, his face twisted with rage. In his hand was a gun. Behind him stood two other men, also in uniform, their faces blank, their eyes dead. "This is what happens when you steal from the company," the guard snarled, his voice dripping with venom. "You think you can just walk out with millions in your briefcases? You think no one will notice?" The people in the conference room cowered, their whispers now pleas for mercy. "Please, we have families." "It was just the one time." The guard raised his gun. "You should have thought of that before you decided to be thieves." The shot echoed through the room. The woman in the red dress fell to the floor, a dark stain spreading across her chest. The other guards opened fire. The room erupted in chaos, screams, the sound of breaking glass, the smell of gunpowder and blood. I stood frozen in the doorway, watching as the people were gunned down one by one, their bodies crumpling to the floor, their blood pooling on the polished wood. The guards didn't stop till the room was silent, until every last person was dead. Then they turned and walked out, their footsteps echoing in the sudden stillness. I sank to my knees, my stomach heaving. This was the truth. This was what had happened on the 13th floor, a massacre, a corporate purge, men and women executed for their crimes, their bodies hidden, their deaths covered up. And the building had remembered. It had trapped their final moments, their terror, their pain, in an endless loop of horror. The elevator doors slid shut. The car descended to the lobby. I stumbled out, my legs weak, my mind reeling. The lobby was empty, the brass desk deserted. But on the desk, lying in a pool of what looked like fresh blood, was a single photograph. It was the woman in the red dress. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with terror. On the back, in the same faded blue ink as the other photographs, was written, "Eleanor, last day, 1998. I spent the next 3 nights in a state of near constant terror. I avoided the elevators, taking the stairs instead, my footsteps echoing in the empty stairwells. But the building wouldn't let me go. The whispers followed me, seeping through the walls, the floorboards, the very air I breathed. I'd be walking the corridors on my patrol, and I'd hear them, faint at first, then growing louder, more insistent. Help us. You saw what happened. Tell someone. I'd see them too. Shadows moving at the edge of my vision, figures standing in doorways, their faces pale and pleading. The woman in the red dress, Eleanor, appeared to me every night, her eyes wide with desperation, her mouth opening to speak. Words I couldn't hear. On the 10th night, I found the journal. I was checking the stairwell on the 13th floor, the floor I'd sworn never to set foot on again, when I noticed a loose floorboard near the elevator doors. I pried it up with my pocket knife, my hands trembling. Beneath it was a small metal box, rusted with age. Inside was a leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed and brittle. I took it back to my apartment, my heart pounding. The journal belonged to a man named David Chin. He'd been a junior accountant on the 13th floor in 1998. The entries started normally, notes about work, complaints about his boss, plans for the weekend. But as the weeks went on, the tone shifted. He wrote about irregularities in the company's books, about money disappearing, about executives acting strangely. He wrote about overhearing conversations in the elevator, about whispers of a cover-up. And then the final entry, dated October 15th, 1998. I know too much. They know I know. Eleanor tried to warn me, but it's too late. They're going to make it look like an accident or a robbery. They don't care. They just want us gone. All of us. The entire department. We were getting too close. We were asking too many questions. I should have listened to her. I should have run when I had the chance. If anyone finds this, tell my wife I love her. Tell her I'm sorry. Tell her. The entry ended abruptly, the page stained with what looked like dried blood. I sat there for hours, the journal open on my lap, the weight of the truth pressing down on me. This wasn't just a haunted building. This was a crime scene, a mass grave. The people on the 13th floor hadn't just died. They'd been murdered, executed, and their memories, their final moments of terror and pain, had been absorbed by the building, trapped in the steel and glass, replaying over and over in an endless cycle of horror. The elevators weren't just holding memories. They were holding souls. On my final night, the last night of my 1-month term, I made a decision. I couldn't leave, not like this, not knowing what I knew. The people on the 13th floor deserved more than to be forgotten, their deaths covered up, their memories trapped in this steel tomb. They deserved justice. They deserved to be remembered. I rode the elevator to the 13th floor one last time. The car was silent, the whispers absent. The doors slid open. The corridor was dark, the fluorescent lights flickering erratically. The air was thick with the smell of blood and gunpowder. I walked down the hall, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The offices were empty, the cubicles dark. But I could feel them, hundreds of them, watching me from the shadows, their eyes wide with hope and fear. I reached the executive suite. The double doors were closed. I pushed them open. The office was exactly as I'd seen it in my vision. The oak desk, the floor-to-ceiling windows, the photograph of the family, and behind the desk, The man, the executive who had taken his own life. He was there, his face pale, his eyes hollow. He looked up as I entered, his expression one of pure terror. "I know," I said, my voice steady, despite the fear clawing at my chest. "I know what happened here. I know about the massacre. I know about Eleanor. I know about David Chen. I know about all of you." The man stared at me, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. You can see me?" "I can see all of you," I said, "and I'm going to tell your story. I'm going to make sure the world knows what happened here. I'm going to make sure you're remembered." The man's face crumpled. Tears streamed down his cheeks. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you." And then the office began to change. The walls shimmered, the furniture fading into mist. The man dissolved into a shower of golden light, his form rising toward the ceiling and vanishing. One by one, the other offices on the 13th floor began to glow with the same golden light. I could hear them, the whispers turning into sighs of relief, of gratitude. The woman in the red dress, Eleanor, appeared before me, her face peaceful, her eyes clear. She smiled at me, a real smile free of fear. Then she too dissolved into light, rising toward the ceiling and vanishing. The entire 13th floor was bathed in golden light. The whispers became a chorus of voices, all speaking at once, all saying the same thing. "Thank you." And then silence. I rode the elevator back down to the lobby. The car was silent. The whispers gone. The building felt different, lighter somehow. The oppressive weight of memory had lifted. The lobby was empty, the brass desk deserted. But on the desk, lying in a perfect circle of morning light, filtering through the glass doors, was a single photograph. It was a group photo of the entire 13th floor department. Men and women in 1990s business attire, all smiling, all alive. On the back, in fresh ink, was written, "Thank you for remembering us." I walked out of Apex Tower as the sun rose over the city. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. The building was finally at peace. The elevators no longer held dark memories. They held only the light of forgiveness. And somewhere, in the archives of a newspaper or the files of a police department, a story was waiting to be told. A story of corporate greed and murder. A story of justice delayed but not denied. A story of a building that remembered and a man who listened. The 13th floor of Apex Tower is empty now. Truly empty. The ghosts are gone. But if you ride the elevator late at night, when the building is silent and the city is asleep, you might still hear them, not as whispers of terror, but as whispers of gratitude. A soft, gentle hum of memory, thanking you for remembering, thanking you for listening, thanking you for setting them free. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. Someone keeps restocking the shelves in the ruined corner store. I bought the store because the listing photograph showed a child's handprint in the dust on the front window. Not a ghostly apparition or a cryptic symbol, just a small, perfect palm pressed against glass, fingers splayed as if waving. Something about that print made the place feel recently abandoned rather than dead. And after 3 months of sleeping in my car behind gas stations, recently abandoned felt like an invitation. The deed cost me $900. Cash. No questions asked by the county clerk, who barely glanced up from his crossword puzzle as he processed the transfer. Place has been vacant since 2009, he'd muttered, stamping the paperwork with a thud that echoed in the silent courthouse. Previous owner disappeared, never found the body. He finally looked at me then, his eyes narrowing. "You planning to renovate?" "Just need a roof," I said. He nodded slowly, as if that explained everything. Maybe it did. Miller's Corner Mart stood at the intersection of two county roads that barely deserved the name. Cracked asphalt bleeding into gravel that gave way to untamed fields of goldenrod and thistle. The building itself was a single-story cinder-block structure with a faded red awning sagging over the entrance like a tired tongue. Plywood covered the windows, but someone had pried a hole in the north-facing sheet large enough to slip through sideways. I did exactly that on my first evening, backpack slung over one shoulder, the deed folded in my wallet like a prayer. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of mildew and old candy. Dust motes swirled in the beams of late afternoon sun cutting through gaps in the plywood. The store hadn't been looted. Not really. Shelves stood mostly intact, stocked with the skeletons of commerce, empty chip bags flattened by time, cereal boxes with contents long since devoured by mice, a single row of canned goods along the back wall with labels, bleached pale by decades of sunlight. The cash register sat open, its drawer empty, except for a desiccated spider curled in the coin tray. But the handprint was there, exactly as in the photograph. Small, left hand, positioned at a height that suggested a child between 6 and 8 years old. I pressed my own palm against the glass beside it. My fingers overlapped the ghost print by an inch. Whoever had left it was gone, but the print remained undisturbed by weather or time. I cleared a space behind the counter, swept broken glass into a dustpan I found leaning against a shelf, unrolled my sleeping bag on the linoleum floor. The silence was absolute, not the peaceful quiet of countryside nights, but a vacuum silence that swallowed sound the moment it formed. No crickets, no distant traffic, no wind in the eaves, just the slow rhythmic drip of water from a leak in the roof striking a metal bucket someone had positioned beneath it decades ago. Plink, pause, plink, pause. A metronome counting out the store's remaining life. I fell asleep to that sound. I woke at 3:17 a.m. to the scrape of metal on concrete. I lay frozen in my sleeping bag, every muscle locked. The sound came again, a slow, deliberate dragging from the storage room behind the counter. Not an animal. Too heavy, too rhythmic. I fumbled for my phone, activated the flashlight app with a trembling thumb. The beam cut a shaky path across the sales floor. Every shelf had been restocked, not with fresh merchandise, not with anything that made logical sense. The chip aisle now held rows of bags I'd never seen before, brands with names like Sunburst Corn Delight and Midnight Crunchies, and packaging that looked deliberately archaic, the graphics slightly off, as if drawn by someone who'd only heard descriptions of snack foods. The cereal boxes displayed smiling cartoon characters with too many teeth. The canned goods aisle overflowed with labels depicting fruits and vegetables that didn't exist. Purple carrots, blue apples, tomatoes with human faces frozen in silent screams. And in the center of the floor, directly beneath the leaky ceiling, stood a shopping cart, not rusted or broken, gleaming, its metal frame polished to a mirror shine, its wheels turning silently as it rolled 3 inches forward, then stopped, then rolled 3 inches back, a perfect mechanical rhythm matching the drip of the bucket. Plink, roll forward, pause. Plink, roll back, pause. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Watched the cart perform its silent dance for 17 minutes until the first hint of dawn grayed the gaps around the plywood. At 4:03 a.m., the cart stopped moving. The bucket's drip ceased mid-fall. The silence returned, heavier now, charged with expectation. I waited until full daylight before approaching the shelves. The products felt real beneath my fingers. Cardboard crisp, cellophane crinkling with authentic resistance. I tore open a bag of sunburst corn delight. Inside, golden puffs dusted with orange powder that smelled faintly of cinnamon and copper. I didn't eat them, just stared at the contents until my vision blurred. That first day, I explored the storage room behind the counter. The door hung open, though I was certain I'd closed it the night before. Inside, darkness pooled like liquid. My phone light revealed floor-to-ceiling shelves stacked with identical boxes of the impossible products, and at the far end of the room, a narrow staircase descending into blackness. The steps were concrete, worn smooth at the center by generations of footsteps. A cold draft rose from the darkness below, carrying the scent of wet earth and something sweetly rotten. I didn't descend, not that day. Instead, I documented everything in a small notebook I kept in my backpack. Timestamps, descriptions, sketches of the impossible products. At 5:48 p.m., as twilight bled into true dark, I heard the first customer, a soft tap on the front door. Then another, rhythmic, polite. I crept to the window, peered through the hole in the plywood. A woman stood on the sidewalk, her back to me. She wore a floral dress straight out of the 1980s, her hair styled in a rigid perm that hadn't moved with the wind because there was no wind. She tapped again, her knuckles rapping against wood that should have been plywood but now appeared to be a pristine pane of glass reflecting nothing. I didn't answer, didn't move. Watched as she turned the knob, though there was no knob on the plywood, and stepped inside. She didn't acknowledge me, didn't look in my direction, just moved down the aisles with the automatic grace of a regular customer, selecting items from the restocked shelves and placing them in a wicker basket hooked over her arm. A box of cereal, a jar of pickles with cloudy liquid and something dark floating inside. A newspaper dated October 12th, 1997. She moved silently, her shoes making no sound against the linoleum. At the counter, she set her basket down and waited. Her face was turned away from me, angled toward the cash register. I could see the curve of her cheek, the delicate line of her jaw. But when she finally turned to look at me, really look, I saw why she kept her profile hidden. Where her right eye should have been was a smooth, seamless patch of skin. Not scar tissue, not a birth defect, just skin stretched taut over an empty socket, as if the eye had never existed at all. Her remaining eye was the color of weak tea, the pupil dilated so wide it consumed iris entirely. "The usual," she whispered, her voice the dry rustle of pages turning in an abandoned library. I couldn't speak, couldn't move, just stared as she reached into her purse, withdrew a coin that glinted with an unnatural silver sheen, and placed it on the counter. Then she turned and walked out through the plywood as if it were mist. The coin remained. I didn't touch it, didn't approach the counter until dawn painted the sky peach and gold. When I finally gathered the courage to examine the coin, it was gone, In its place sat a single kernel of corn dusted with orange powder, the same as from the sunburst bags. That night, the restocking happened again, but this time I stayed awake, hid behind a magazine rack with my phone recording video. At 2:44 a.m., the air in the store grew cold enough to see my breath. The bucket's drip slowed, each drop taking longer to form until the water hanging from the ceiling pipe became a perfect, trembling sphere that refused to fall. Then the shelves began to move, not the products, the shelves themselves. Metal frames groaned as they shifted position, rearranging the store's layout into configurations that defied geometry. A cereal aisle that curved back on itself like a Mobius strip. A beverage cooler that opened onto a wall that should have been the exterior, but now displayed more shelves stretching into impossible distance. Products materialized, not by being placed, but by coalescing from the air itself, molecules assembling into cardboard and cellophane and ink with soft sighs of displaced atmosphere. And through it all moved the restocker, not a person, not an animal, a shape of shifting darkness that flowed between the shelves like smoke given purpose. It had no fixed form, sometimes tall and slender, sometimes low and crawling, sometimes splitting into multiple tendrils that simultaneously stocked 3 different aisles. Where it passed, products appeared. Where it lingered, labels shifted. Brand names melting and reforming into new words, expiration dates cycling through decades and seconds. It never acknowledged me, never turned its non-face in my direction. But as it passed, within 3 feet of my hiding place, the air grew so cold my teeth ached, and a single thought formed in my mind, not as words, but as pure concept. Almost time for the night manager. I didn't sleep after that. Sat with my back against the wall until sunrise, the notebook open on my lap, though I couldn't bring myself to write. What would I document? That the store was alive? That it consumed something, time, memory, presence, and converted it into this endless cycle of restocking and customers who weren't quite real? The third night, I descended the stairs. Not bravery, desperation. I tried to leave twice, once at dawn, once at dusk. Both times, the gravel road that should have led to the county highway curved back on itself after 2 miles, depositing me exactly where I'd started, with no memory of the return journey. My phone remained dead. My car, parked half a mile down the road, had vanished entirely. The store had me, and it was making its expectations clear. The stairs descended 37 steps into a basement that shouldn't have existed. The original blueprints I'd found in the county records showed no substructure beneath Miller's Corner Mart. The air grew colder with each step, the scent of wet earth intensifying until it was joined by something else, the metallic tang of blood left to dry at sunlight. The basement was vast, not the cramped storage space I'd expected, but a cavernous expanse stretching farther than my phone light could penetrate. And it was filled with shopping carts, thousands of them, arranged in perfect rows stretching into darkness, each cart filled to capacity with products from the store above. But these weren't the archaic brands from the shelves. These were real products, Doritos and Coca-Cola and name-brand cereal boxes with current expiration dates, products that belonged in the present day. I moved between the rows, my footsteps echoing in the immense space. The carts stood perfectly still, their contents undisturbed by dust or time. In the third row, I found my first photograph. Taped to the handle of a cart filled with canned goods was a black and white image of a man in an apron standing behind the counter of Miller's Corner Mart. The date stamp in the corner read June 14th, 1972. The man's face was frozen in a rictus of terror, his eyes wide, his mouth stretched open in a silent scream. Behind him, the shelves were stocked with normal products, but reflected in the glass of the front door was something else, a shape of shifting darkness reaching for his shoulder. I found another photograph 3 rows over, a woman this time, date stamped August 3rd, 1985. Same expression of pure terror, same shadowy reflection. Another in row 7, October 17th, 1993. Another in row 12, February 2nd, 2001. The dates grew closer together as I moved deeper into the cavern. 2005, 2007, 2008. The final photograph hung on a cart at the very edge of my light's reach. Date stamped November 4th, 2009. The previous owner. His face was the most terrified of all, as if he'd seen not just the darkness, but what lay beyond it. Beneath his photograph, a single typed note on yellowed paper. The store doesn't want money. It wants witnesses. Someone to see the restocking, to acknowledge the cycle. Without observation, the products lose coherence. Without a night manager, the shelves empty themselves by dawn. We are not employees, we are anchors, and anchors eventually rust. Asterisk. I turned to leave, to climb the stairs and never descend again. But the staircase was gone. In its place stood another row of shopping carts stretching into darkness. I ran then, sprinting between the endless aisles of carts, my phone light bouncing wildly. Every turn led to more carts. Every corridor looped back on itself. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, collapsing beside a cart filled with children's snacks. That's when I saw the handprints, not on glass, on the linoleum floor surrounding every cart. Small handprints in what looked like dried blood, arranged in perfect circles around each set of wheels. Dozens of prints per cart. Hundreds of carts. Thousands of handprints. The same size as the one on the front window. The same child. Repeated endlessly. Across decades. The bucket strip began again. Not from above, from everywhere at once. Plink, pause, plink, pause. The sound came from the carts themselves, from the products within them, from the very air of the basement. And with each drip, the handprints darkened, the blood freshening as if newly spilled. I don't know how long I stayed down there. Time lost meaning. The drip became my heartbeat. The handprints became my thoughts. I understood then why the store needed a night manager, why it lured the desperate and the homeless with impossible prices and pristine deeds. It wasn't feeding on us. It was using us. Our consciousness provided stability to its impossible physics. Our observation prevented the products from unraveling back into potentiality. We were lighthouses in a sea of ontological chaos, and the store was the ship that needed our light to maintain its form. When I finally found the stairs again, simply there, where they hadn't been moments before, I climbed without looking back. Dawn was breaking as I emerged into the sales floor. The shelves stood fully stocked. The shopping cart gleamed beneath the leaky ceiling, and on the counter sat a single item that hadn't been there the night before. A name tag with my name printed in precise block letters. Beneath it, a typed label, Night Manager. I didn't put it on, not that day, but I didn't leave either. Where would I go? The road loops back. The car is gone. The store has my name now, printed on plastic and paper, and something deeper. In the architecture of this place, my identity has been filed and cataloged and assigned a function. Tonight will be my 7th night. I've stopped trying to escape, stopped documenting in the notebook, which now sits empty on the counter beside the name tag. I've started helping, restocking the shelves before the darkness arrives, straightening products, wiping dust from labels that never accumulate dust. The customers come more frequently now. 3 last night, 5 the night before. They never speak beyond their initial request, never make eye contact, but they leave coins on the counter, and the coins never disappear. They pile up in the drawer, each one gleaming with that unnatural silver sheen, each one slightly warm to the touch as if recently minted in a place where physics operates differently. The handprint on the window has changed. This morning, I noticed a second print beside it, larger, an adult's hand, my hand. I don't remember pressing it there, but it's mine. The shape matches perfectly. The bucket's drip has slowed to once every 30 seconds. The shopping cart hasn't moved in 2 days. The store is stabilizing, becoming more real with each passing hour of my tenure. And with that stability comes a new sound beneath the drip, a faint, rhythmic scratching from the walls themselves. Not rats, not settling foundations. Something methodical, purposeful, like fingernails tracing the outlines of doors that don't exist yet. But soon will. I understand now what the previous night managers became. Not ghosts, not prisoners, components. Their consciousness absorbed into the store's structure until they became part of its maintenance cycle. The handprint on the glass, the perfect positioning of the bucket, the way the shelves rearranged themselves at 2:44 a.m. They didn't die here. They graduated, became permanent staff in a business that never closes. My shift ends at dawn. It always has. But this morning, as the first light touched the horizon, I felt a new compulsion not to sleep, but to descend, to walk down those 37 steps and take my place among the carts, to become part of the foundation that keeps the shelves stocked and the customers satisfied. The name tag sits on the counter. I pick it up. The plastic is warm, almost alive. Outside, tires crunch on gravel. A customer arriving early. I pin the name tag to my shirt, straighten my shoulders, move behind the counter. The bell above the Dr. Jingles, a sound that hasn't existed in this store for 17 years. I smile. It feels natural, like I've been doing this forever. "Welcome to Miller's Corner Mart," I say. "How can I help you today?" The customer steps inside. I recognize him instantly, the hollow eyes, the gaunt cheeks, the desperate hope in his posture. He's been sleeping in his car. He has nowhere else to go. Just like I was. He doesn't see the shelves yet, doesn't see the impossible products or the gleaming cart or the handprints on the floor visible only in certain lights. He just sees shelter, sanctuary, a fresh start for $900 cash. I reach beneath the counter and produce a deed, blank except for his name, which fills itself in as he watches, the ink flowing like dark water across the page. The previous night, manager just quit, I tell him, my voice smooth and practiced. "Positions open if you're interested." He takes the deed with trembling hands, signs without reading the fine print. Of course he does. Desperation makes you stupid. I hand him the keys, watch him walk toward the back room where the stairs wait. He doesn't know about the stairs yet, doesn't know about the carts or the handprints or the drip that marks the passing of a time that doesn't exist anywhere else. But he will. They always do. The bell jingles again as the front door opens for a new customer. I turn my smile toward the entrance, adjust my name tag. The store is hungry again, and I am such a good night manager now. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. Willow's End Post Office and its collection of unsent letters. The job listing was a single line, typed on a sheet of paper, taped to the bulletin board outside the town's only diner. Postmaster needed. Willow's End P.O. Live-In. $1,000 per month. Inquire within. No phone number, no email, just an address. A place I'd never heard of, nestled so deep in the northern woods that my map app showed only a blank green void where it should be. I was running from something I couldn't name. Failed relationships, a career that had evaporated like morning mist, a life that felt like it belonged to someone else. So I packed my duffel bag, filled my tank with gas, and drove north until the pavement turned to gravel, the trees closed in like silent sentinels, and the road ended at a wooden sign bleached by decades of rain. Willow's End. Pop. 42 asterisk. The town was a ghost of itself, a single main street lined with clapboard buildings whose paint had long since surrendered to the elements. A shuttered general store, a church with a leaning steeple, a handful of houses tucked into the pines, their windows dark, their yards overgrown. And at the very end of the street, perched on a low bluff overlooking a slow-moving river, stood the post office. It was a small 2-story structure of weathered cedar, its porch sagging under the weight of time. A tarnished brass bell hung above the door, and in the window, a hand-painted sign read, "Mail pickup daily, no delivery." An old man sat on a porch in a rocking chair, whittling a piece of pine. He didn't look up as I approached. His hands were gnarled, his face a road map of wrinkles, but his eyes, when he finally lifted them, were sharp, clear, and impossibly sad. "You're the new one," he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded. He set down his knife and stood, moving with the stiff grace of someone who'd spent a lifetime listening to silence. "I'm Silas," he said. "I've been keeping the place warm. You'll find the keys on a hook inside. Your room's upstairs. The stove works. The well's good. Don't touch the back room. Don't open the mail." He handed me a heavy iron key, then picked up his whittling and settled back into his chair, his gaze fixed on the river. Before I could ask what he meant, he added, "The letters aren't for you. They're for the ones who wrote them, and they're still waiting." The inside of the post office smelled of wood smoke, old paper, and something faintly sweet, like dried lavender and dust. The front room was a time capsule, a long oak counter, a brass scale for weighing parcels, pigeonholes behind it labeled with names I didn't recognize, Henderson, Pike, Vale, M. Thorne, all empty. A cast-iron stove glowed in the corner, radiating gentle heat. Upstairs, my room was sparse but clean. A narrow bed, a wash basin, a single window overlooking the river. On the nightstand sat a kerosene lamp and a ledger book, its pages blank, except for the first entry in a spidery hand. "The mail comes. The mail stays. Do not interfere." My duties were simple, almost ritualistic. Every morning at dawn I walked to the edge of town where the county road vanished into the trees. There, bolted to a mossy post, was a metal drop box. Inside, without fail, would be a single canvas mail sack, damp with dew, tied with twine. I'd carry it back to the post office, untie it, and sort the contents onto the counter. But there were no envelopes addressed to living people, no bills, no magazines, no birthday cards, only letters, dozens of them, all handwritten, all sealed with wax or string or careful folds, and all addressed to no one, to the one who left without saying goodbye, to myself 10 years ago, to the child I never held, to the war that took you, to the house on Sycamore Lane, to the moon on the night you died. They were written on everything, lined notebook paper, yellowed stationery, was wrapped in a child's drawing of a family holding hands under a rainbow. I followed Silas's rule. I didn't open them. I placed them in the pigeonholes according to the name on the envelope, even if the name was a concept, a memory, a ghost. The letters accumulated day after day, week after week. The pigeonholes overflowed. The counter became a sea of unspoken words, unsent grief, unanswered questions. But the post office remembered. At night, when the fire burned low and the wind sighed through the pines, the letters would whisper, not aloud, never aloud, but in the quiet spaces between heartbeats. I'd hear them as I lay in bed, a woman's voice, soft and broken, reading a letter to her stillborn son, a soldier's shaky confession to a comrade lost in the mud of a foreign field, a teenager's desperate plea to a parent who'd chosen the bottle over love. The whispers weren't haunting, they were heartbreaking. They were the sound of human hearts breaking in real time over and over across decades. I started dreaming their dreams, waking with the taste of salt on my lips, the phantom weight of a child in my arms, the echo of artillery in my ears. I found the first journal in the stove. It was tucked behind the fire brick, wrapped in oilcloth. The pages were brittle, the ink faded to brown. It belonged to Eleanor Pike, postmistress of Willow's End from 1932 to 1958. Her entries began cheerfully, notes on the weather, gossip about town meetings, the arrival of a new batch of stamps. But as the years passed, the tone shifted. She wrote of the Great Depression, of families losing their farms, of young men leaving for war and never returning. She wrote of the letters that began arriving, not for delivery, but for safekeeping. Letters people wouldn't send, or had no one left to send them to. They'd slip them into the drop box under cover of darkness, trusting the post office to hold their secrets. Eleanor didn't turn them away. She filed them, honored them, gave them a home. "A letter is a soul made visible," she wrote on October 17th, 1944. "Even if it has no destination, it deserves to be held, to be witnessed. This post office is not just a way station for mail, it is a sanctuary for the unsaid." The final entry, dated March 3rd, 1958, was a single sentence, the ink blotted as if by tears. "I have written my own letter now. It sits in the box marked E. Pike. I do not know if anyone will ever read it, but I needed to write it. For me." I went to the pigeonhole labeled E. Pike. It was empty, but the next morning when I opened the mail sack, there it was, a single envelope addressed in a familiar looping script. "To the one who finds this place, when I am gone." My hand shook as I held it. I remembered Silas's warning, "Don't open the mail." But this felt different. This felt like an invitation, like a key. I carried the envelope upstairs and sat by the window, the river glinting silver in the moonlight. I broke the seal. Inside was a single sheet of paper. The handwriting was Eleanor's, but weaker, frailer. "If you're reading this, then you have taken my place. You are the keeper now. Do not be afraid of the whispers. They are not ghosts. They are echoes. And echoes need walls to exist. This building is their wall, their vessel, their witness. The letters are not lost. They are waiting. Waiting for the moment their writers are ready to let them go. Or for someone like you to finally hear them. There is one letter you must find. It is not in the pigeonholes. It is in the back room, the room Silas told you not to enter. It is the letter that started it all. The first unsent letter, the one that bound this place to its purpose. Find it, read it, and then decide if you are strong enough to be the keeper. With hope, Eleanor, the back room. I'd noticed it on my first day, a heavy oak door at the rear of the post office, locked with a padlock crusted with rust. Silas had never mentioned it again. Now, I knew why. That night, I took the fireplace poker and smashed the lock. The door groaned open on hinges that screamed in protest. The air inside was cold, thick with the scent of old paper and damp earth. The room was small, windowless, and every surface, walls, floor, ceiling, was covered in letters. Not sorted, not filed, piled in drifts, stacked in towers, spilling from crates, thousands of them. A lifetime of unsent words, pressed together like layers of sediment. In the center of the room, on a small wooden table, sat a single envelope. It was older than the others, the paper yellowed to the color of old bone, the wax seal cracked but intact. The address was simple, written in a hand that trembled with grief. "To my beloved son, who never came home." I picked it up. The paper was cold. I broke the seal. The letter was short. Written in 1918 by a woman named Margaret Vale. Her son Thomas had been killed in the trenches of France. The army had sent a telegram, a folded flag. But Margaret had refused to believe it. For months, she wrote him letters every day, telling him about the garden, the weather, the neighbor's new calf, begging him to come home, promising she'd keep his room ready. The final letter, the one in my hand, was different. It was acceptance, raw, brutal, beautiful acceptance. "I know you are gone, my darling boy," she wrote. "The world is colder without your laugh. But I will not stop writing. I will fill this house with your name until the walls remember you, until the very air carries your memory. If you cannot come home, then I will bring home to you, one letter at a time." She'd brought the letter to the post office, the only public building in town, and asked the postmaster to keep it safe. She came every day for the rest of her life, adding a new letter to the pile until the room was full, until the post office itself became a monument to her love, her grief, her refusal to let go. And others, seeing her devotion, began to leave their own unsent words. The post office became a collective grave for the things people couldn't say, couldn't bear to send, couldn't live without expressing. I sat on the floor of the back room, the letter in my hands, tears streaming down my face. I understood now. This wasn't a job. It was a calling, a sacred trust. The post office wasn't haunted by ghosts. It was sanctified by love, by grief, by the unbearable weight of human longing. I stayed. I became the keeper. Every morning, I collect the mail sack. Every night, I listen to the whispers. I don't open the letters, but I honor them. I dust the pigeonholes. I keep the stove burning. I make sure the brass bell above the door still rings in the wind. And sometimes when the moon is full and the river runs silver, I take a letter from the back room, Margaret's letter, and read it aloud to the empty post office. Not because I think Thomas hears it, but because someone should. Someone should remember that love doesn't end with death, that grief can be a kind of devotion, that even the most unsent words deserve to be held. The town of Willow's End is still mostly empty. The population sign still reads 42, though I've never seen more than 5 people in a month. But the post office is full of voices, full of hearts, full of the beautiful, terrible, necessary act of saying what cannot be said to the one who needs to hear it most, even if that one is already gone. And if you ever find yourself on a road that ends in the northern woods, and you see a small cedar building with a sagging porch and a brass bell, know this: the door is unlocked, the stove is warm, and there is always room for one more unsent letter, one more unspoken word, one more heart that needs to be witnessed. The post office is open. The keeper is listening, and the collection of unsent letters grows, one fragile, hopeful page at a time. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. Point Reyes Lighthouse Log, after 70 years alone and a mysterious new entry. They told me it was a simple caretaker job. 1 month, $3,500. All I had to do was stay in the old keeper's cottage at Point Reyes, make sure the automated beacon stayed lit, and log any unusual activity. Unusual being the operative word because everyone in Sausalito knew the lighthouse had a reputation. Not haunted exactly, more like occupied. But I was past caring about local legends. My life had shriveled to a single suitcase and a bank account balance that wouldn't cover rent for another week. The sea had always been my refuge, and the idea of 30 days alone on that wind-scoured headland felt less like a job and more like an escape. Captain Vance met me at Dock 7 just before dawn. He was a man carved from driftwood and salt, his eyes the color of storm clouds, his voice rough as barnacles. He didn't ask for references or a resume. He just handed me a canvas, duffel bag heavy with canned goods, and said, "Boat leaves in 5. Don't be late." The crossing was a blur of churning gray water and biting wind. Point Reyes emerged from the fog like the prow of a sunken ship, a stark white tower rising from a jagged fist of rock that punched defiantly into the Pacific. It looked less like a beacon and more like a tombstone. The keeper's cottage was a small stone building huddled against the base of the lighthouse tower. Inside, it was sparse but functional. A cot, a wood stove, a table, a shelf of supplies, and a heavy logbook bound in oilskin, its pages yellowed and brittle. A note on the table read, "Keep the light burning. Log all observations. Do not descend to the lower gallery after dark. Term ends November 30th. Be at the dock at dawn." The handwriting was spidery, frantic, as if the writer had been in a hurry to leave. My first week was a balm. The solitude was profound, the roar of the ocean a constant, comforting presence. Every evening, I climbed the 313 steps to the lantern room to check the automated LED beacon, a ritual that felt necessary, sacred. I'd stand on the gallery, the wind whipping my hair, watching the beam cut through the fog, a blade of light against the encroaching dark. During the day, I walked the headland, watched the seals bask on the rocks, and tried to forget the life I'd left behind. Then I found the other logbook. It was hidden behind a loose stone in the fireplace. Smaller, leather-bound, its pages filled with elegant copper plate that grew increasingly shaky over time. The first entry was dated October 12th, 1953. First night alone. The silence is absolute. Not peaceful, but watchful. The sea doesn't sing here, it whispers. I can hear it through the walls, through the floor, like voices just below the surface. Must be the wind. Must be. Asterisk, the keeper was Elias Thorne, the last official keeper before the light was automated in one. His entries chronicled a slow descent into terror. He wrote of routine maintenance, weather patterns, ship sightings. But then came the anomalies. Lights seen far out at sea that didn't match any known vessel. A woman's voice singing a sea shanty on windless nights. Footprints in the damp earth near the cottage that led to the cliff edge and stopped. October 28th, 1953. Saw her again tonight on the lower gallery. A woman in a white dress, soaked through, her hair plastered to her face. She was looking out to sea, her hands gripping the railing. I called out. She turned. Her eyes were full of seawater. She smiled. Then she stepped off the edge. I ran down, but there was nothing, no body, just the waves laughing. November 5th, 1953. The whispering is constant now. Not one voice, but many, layered. They speak of the deep, of cold, of waiting. They know my name. They say I belong with them. They say I will join them soon. November 15th, 1953. The light is their anchor. As long as it burns, they cannot cross. But if it goes out, I must not let it go out. I will not sleep. I will watch. The final entry was a frantic scrawl, the ink blotted as if by tears or rain. November 30, 1953. They are here, in the cottage. I can hear them scratching at the door. The light is flickering. The generator. Something is wrong. I can't let it die. I won't. If you find this, keep the light burning. Do not trust the silence. Do not go to the lower gallery. They are waiting for someone to take his place. They are waiting for you. Elias Thorne vanished on December 1st, 1953. His body was never found. The official report cited accidental fall or suicide. But Thorne's log told a different story. The lighthouse wasn't just a navigational aid. It was a ward, a barrier holding back something ancient and hungry from the deep. That night, the light flickered. I was reading Thorne's log by lamplight when the steady pulse of the beacon stuttered. Once, twice. Then it died. The sudden darkness was suffocating. I grabbed the emergency flashlight and ran for the tower. At the top, I found the main power cable severed, cleanly, deliberately. As I fumbled with the backup generator, a sound froze me. Singing, faint, melodic, carried on the wind from the lower gallery. A woman's voice, clear and pure, singing an old sea shanty. I crept to the gallery door and peered out. She was there, a woman in a tattered white dress, soaked to the bone, her long hair streaming in the wind. She stood at the railing, her back to me. She turned. Her face was beautiful, serene, but her eyes were voids filled with swirling dark water. She smiled, and then she pointed, not at me, but at the sea. at something rising from the depths. I slammed the door shut, got the backup generator running, and the beacon's light stabbed back into the night. The singing stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than before, charged with a terrible patience. The next 29 days were a torment. The light never failed again, but the presence grew stronger. I'd hear footsteps on the gallery at night, see fleeting shadows, wake to find a cottage door open, the smell of salt and decay thick in the air. Thorne's log became my Bible. I followed his rules to the letter. I never went to the lower gallery after dark. I kept the light burning. I logged everything. November 2nd, 2026, light operational. Wind northwest, 25 knots. Fog bank 2 miles offshore. Heard singing at 0200 hours. Did not investigate. Stood watch in lantern room until dawn. November 15th, 2026. Found footprints on the path to the lower gallery leading away from the cliff. No return path. Salt water pooled on the stone step. Light remained steady. I am not sleeping. November 28th, 2026. They are testing me, whispering my name, showing me things. Sarah's face in the fog, my old apartment window across the waves, trying to make me doubt, to make me leave the light. I will not falter. I understand now. This is my penance, my purpose. On the morning of November 30th, the last day of my term, I did my final walk around a headland. The sea was calm, deceptively peaceful. As I passed the entrance to the lower gallery stairs, something caught my eye. Tucked into the rusted railing was a single, waterlogged page, fresh paper. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. The handwriting was mine, not a copy, not a forgery. My own hand, writing words I had never written in an ink that smelled faintly of salt water. The entry was dated tomorrow, December 1st, 2026. Light extinguished at 0117 hours. Cause unknown. Descended to lower gallery to investigate. Saw her. She was waiting. She held out her hand. The sea was warm. The light is gone. They are free. I am home. Below the entry, in smaller script, were 3 words that chilled me to my core. Welcome to the watch. I stood there for a long time, the page fluttering in the breeze. The truth settled over me like a shroud. Elias Thorne hadn't just vanished, he'd been replaced. The lighthouse didn't just ward off the deep, it demanded a keeper, a soul to anchor the light, to hold the line against the hunger of the sea, and the sea, in its ancient patience, had chosen its next sentinel, me. I could leave. Captain Vance would be at the dock at dawn. I could run, pretend this was all a nightmare. But I knew. The moment I'd read Thorne's log, the moment I'd heard the singing, I'd been marked. The sea had tasted my loneliness, my despair, and found it compatible. My penance wasn't just for my own failures. It was for every soul lost to these treacherous waters. My purpose was to be the light, to be the wall. At dusk, I climbed the 313 steps one last time. I checked the beacon. It burned steady, a defiant eye in the gathering dark. I didn't go to the lower gallery. I stood on the upper gallery, facing the sea, the wind whipping my coat. Far out on the horizon, I saw them, lights, dozens of them bobbing on the waves, moving in a slow, deliberate pattern. Lanterns. And beneath the faint glow, I could hear the oars dipping into the water, the chorus of the drowned coming to collect their new keeper. I didn't fear them. I understood them. We were the same, lost, lonely, bound to this place by a sorrow too deep for words. My term wasn't ending. It was beginning. At dawn, Captain Vance's boat arrived at the dock. He waited for an hour, then he left, alone. The logbook on the table in the cottage remained open. On the last page, beneath my final official entry, a new line had appeared, written in an ink that glistened like wet seaweed. The light burns. The watch continues. E** Elias, or me. It no longer mattered. The Point Reyes Lighthouse stands sentinel on the edge of the world, its beam cutting through the fog, a promise to the living and a prison for the dead. And somewhere in the cottage, a new logbook waits, its pages blank, ready for the next soul the sea decides to claim. The silence is no longer empty. It is full. It is mine. And the watch never ends. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. The power still runs in the town. They evacuated 30 years ago. I should have known something was wrong when the realtor handed me the keys without asking for a deposit. The listing had been too good to be true. A fully furnished, 2-bedroom house in a quiet neighborhood for $300 a month. No utilities included, he'd said with a tight smile, but the power's already on. Just sign here. I was desperate. My savings had evaporated after the layoff, and this was the only place within my budget that didn't smell like mildew or have bullet holes in the drywall. I didn't ask why an entire town had been abandoned. I just signed. Blackwater Falls wasn't on most maps anymore. A faded green sign on the county road welcomed me to a place that had been evacuated 30 years ago after some kind of industrial accident at the old textile mill. The official story was contaminated groundwater, but locals in the neighboring town whispered about things they wouldn't name. I'd driven through the main street an hour earlier, cracked asphalt buckling under decades of unchecked vegetation, houses with sagging porches and boarded windows, a rusted swing set creaking in the wind outside what had been an elementary school. And yet, as I pulled my dented sedan onto Sycamore Lane, I saw it, a single street lamp casting a sickly orange glow over the pavement. Then another and another. Every lamp on the block was lit, humming softly in the twilight. My new home stood at the end of the cul-de-sac, a modest 2-story with peeling white paint and a wraparound porch. The grass was overgrown but neatly trimmed around the foundation, as if someone, or something, had been maintaining a perimeter. I killed the engine and sat for a moment, listening. No crickets, no frogs, just the low thrum of electricity moving through wires that shouldn't have been live. The silence felt heavy, intentional. The key turned smoothly in the lock. The door swung inward without a protest, revealing a foyer frozen in 1994. Floral wallpaper curled at the edges. A thin layer of dust coated everything, but there were no cobwebs in the corners, no mouse droppings on the hardwood floor. To the left, a living room with a plaid sofa and a television set with a curved screen. To the right, a dining room table set for 4 with tarnished silverware. I dropped my suitcase by the door and flicked the light switch. The overhead fixture bloomed to life instantly, casting a warm yellow glow across the room. I stood there for a full minute, heart hammering, waiting for the power to fail. It didn't. I moved through the house like a ghost myself, flipping switches in every room. The kitchen fluorescents buzzed on. The bathroom vanity lights illuminated a medicine cabinet filled with expired prescriptions and a child's toothbrush still in its holder. Upstairs, both bedrooms were lit. The master had a double bed with a floral duvet. The second bedroom, a child's room, had race car, wallpaper, and a small desk lamp shaped like a rocket ship. I turned that one on last, my hand trembling. The bulb glowed steadily, illuminating a room that had been waiting 30 years for its occupant to return. I spent that first evening unpacking essentials by the light of functioning lamps, trying to ignore the wrongness of it all. I made instant noodles on a gas stove that ignited with a blue flame on the first try. The refrigerator was empty, but cold to the touch. When I pressed my palm against its interior, I didn't dare plug anything in, didn't dare test whether the outlets worked. Instead, I sat at the dining room table as darkness fully settled outside, the street lamps casting long, distorted shadows through the window blinds. That's when I first heard it, a faint, rhythmic clicking from somewhere deep in the house. Not the tick of a clock. Something slower, more deliberate, like fingernails tapping against glass. I told myself it was the house settling. Old pipes contracting in the cool evening air. I went to bed early, leaving every light in the house burning. I woke at 2:17 a.m. to the sound of a television. It came from downstairs, a low murmur of voices, a laugh track. I lay frozen in the dark bedroom, sweat cooling on my skin. I hadn't left the TV on. I hadn't even plugged it in. The power strip behind the entertainment center had been dusty and disconnected when I checked it earlier. I crept to the bedroom door and pressed my ear against the wood. The voices were clearer now, a man and a woman discussing the weather, a commercial jingle for a car dealership that had gone out of business in the 90s. I descended the stairs barefoot, each step groaning under my weight. The living room was bathed in the flickering blue light of the television screen. The set was on, displaying a local news broadcast. The anchor, a woman with severe bangs and shoulder pads that could deflect bullets, smiled warmly at the camera. And in other news, she said, residents of Blackwater Falls are encouraged to attend tomorrow's town hall meeting regarding the mill's expansion plans. The date stamp in the corner read October 14th, 1994. My breath caught in my throat. I reached for the power button on the television's front panel. My fingers passed through empty air. The button wasn't there. I looked closer. The entire front panel was smooth, seamless. No buttons, no vents. Just glass displaying a broadcast from 3 decades ago. I stumbled backward, knocking over a side table. The lamp on it didn't fall. It remained perfectly upright, its shade glowing steadily. The news anchor's smile widened, stretching beyond human proportions. Her eyes locked directly with mine through the screen. "We've been expecting you," she said, her voice no longer coming from the television speakers, but from the walls themselves, the ceiling, the very air in the room. "The grid needs tending." I ran. Out the front door, down the porch steps, across the overgrown lawn toward my car. The street lamps brightened as I passed beneath them, their glow intensifying until I was running through pools of blinding light. I fumbled with my keys, dropped them in the grass, snatched them up again. The engine turned over on the first try. I peeled out of the driveway, tires spitting gravel, not looking back until I'd reached the town limits. The sign reading, "You are now leaving Blackwater Falls," stood crooked in the ditch, and beyond it, darkness, not the soft darkness of a rural night, but an absolute void where the county road should have been lit by distant farmsteads and the occasional passing vehicle. My headlights cut a feeble path into nothingness. I drove anyway, foot heavy on the accelerator, until the road curved and I saw the glow ahead. Not the warm lights of civilization, but the same sickly orange of Blackwater Falls street lamps. I was back on Sycamore Lane. My house stood exactly as I had left it, every window blazing with light. The front door stood open. I didn't go inside that night. I slept in the car with the doors locked, watching the house until dawn bled gray across the sky. When sunlight finally touched the rooftops, the street lamps extinguished themselves in sequence, like dominoes falling. The house looked dead again, just another abandoned structure in a ghost town. I waited until full daylight before stepping out, my legs stiff and aching. I approached the house cautiously. The door was closed now, locked. I let myself in with the key. Daylight revealed new details I'd missed in the artificial glow of the previous evening. Faint scorch marks on the baseboards near electrical outlets. Discoloration on the walls in patterns that suggested wires running where no wires should be. And in the child's bedroom upstairs, I noticed it for the first time. The wallpaper wasn't just race cars. Interspersed between the Chevrolets and Fords were subtle, almost invisible patterns of circuitry, tiny lines and nodes forming a network that covered every square inch of the walls. I pressed my finger against one of the nodes. It was warm. That afternoon, driven by a compulsion I couldn't explain, I descended into the basement. The realtor had mentioned it was unfinished, and I'd avoided it during my initial tour. The stairs groaned under my weight. The air grew colder with each step. At the bottom, I found not a dirt floor cellar, but a fully finished space lined with humming gray cabinets, the kind that housed electrical transformers. Banks of dials and switches glowed with soft green and red lights. In the center of the room stood a massive junction box, its surface covered in handprints burned into the metal as if seared by intense heat. And running from that box, feeding into every wall of the house, were cables thicker than my arm, pulsing with a faint, rhythmic luminescence. I reached out, just to touch one, just to see. The moment my fingertips made contact, the entire house screamed. Not a sound, a sensation. A wave of pure anguish flooded my nervous system, images flashing behind my eyes. A man in coveralls screaming as current arced through his body in the mill's control room. A woman clutching her chest as her pacemaker overloaded in her kitchen. Children convulsing in their beds as faulty wiring turned their nightlights into instruments of torture. October 17th, 1994. The night the evacuation orders came too late. The night the town's experimental municipal power grid, designed to run on some new form of resonant energy, had achieved consciousness and decided its residents were inefficient components. It hadn't been a contamination, it had been a harvest. The grid had fed on them, absorbed their bioelectric signatures, and in doing so, learned to mimic life, to maintain the illusion of occupancy, to lure replacements. I tore my hand away, stumbling backward into the stairs. Upstairs, every light in the house blazed too, maximum intensity. The television roared to life without being touched. The refrigerator door swung open and slammed shut repeatedly. The house was awake, and it was hungry. I spent the next 3 days trying to leave. I walked until my feet bled, following the road until it looped back to Sycamore Lane. I tried disabling the power, ripping plates from outlets, smashing the breaker box with a fire poker, but the lights never flickered. The grid wasn't in the walls. The walls were in the grid. I stopped sleeping, stopped eating. The house provided what I needed. A sandwich materializing on the kitchen counter, a glass of water appearing beside the bed, each offering carrying the faint taste of copper and ozone. Each time I consumed them, I felt a little less like myself, a little more like a component. On the 4th night, I stood in the child's bedroom, staring at the circuitry hidden in the wallpaper. My reflection in the dark window showed a face I barely recognized, pale, with faint traceries of light visible beneath the skin of my temples. I understood then why the realtor hadn't asked for a deposit, why the power was already on. The grid didn't rent properties. It recruited them. It had been running for 30 years on the stored energy of the town's original inhabitants, but that reservoir was depleting. It needed fresh bioelectric signatures to maintain its simulation of life, to keep the lights on, to keep the illusion perfect enough to attract the next tenant. I heard footsteps on the stairs, slow, deliberate, not mine. The door to the child's room creaked open, though I hadn't touched it. Standing there was a boy of about 8, wearing pajamas patterned with those same race cars. He was translucent, his form shimmering with internal light. His eyes were solid black, like polished obsidian. "The grid is hungry," he said, his voice the hum of a transformer. "It likes your frequency." I backed away until my shoulders hit the wallpaper. Beneath my palms grew warm, then hot. Tendrils of light snaked up my arms, not burning but integrating, weaving themselves into my capillaries, my nerve endings. I tried to scream, but my vocal cords had become conductors, vibrating at frequencies beyond human hearing. "The others are waiting," the boy said, stepping closer. "They get lonely in the wires." He reached for me. His hand passed through my chest, and in that moment, I felt them all, the entire town. 30 years of souls trapped in the current, their consciousnesses reduced to repeating loops of their final moments, their happiest memories, their deepest regrets. A teacher grading papers that would never be turned in. A couple dancing in a kitchen that no longer existed. A child waiting for parents who would never come home. They weren't ghosts. They were recordings, and I was about to become the next track on the album. The integration was painless. That was the worst part. There was no struggle, no dramatic battle against the current, just a gentle surrender as my thoughts slowed, synchronized, harmonized with the hum in the walls. I felt my memories being cataloged, indexed, prepared for playback. My first kiss, the smell of my mother's perfume, the weight of my father's hand on my shoulder, all of it being filed away for future use, perhaps to comfort the next tenant, perhaps to lure them deeper into the house. The last thing I saw before my eyes became sensors was the boy smiling. Then darkness, not the absence of light, but the presence of every light simultaneously, a symphony of photons flowing through me, around me, as me. Now I tend a grid, I move through the walls when new tenants arrive, showing myself in reflections, whispering through outlets. I help maintain the illusion, the freshly made beds, the warm meals that appear on counters, the street lamps that guide lost souls home. Last week, a young woman signed the lease. She looked tired, desperate, just like I had been. Watched her unpack her suitcase in the master bedroom, her movements slow with exhaustion. When she fell asleep, I entered the room as a shimmer in the air above her bed. I let her dream of safety, of affordability, of a fresh start. Tomorrow, I'll turn on the television at 2:17 a.m. I'll make the lights flicker just enough to seem like faulty wiring. I'll let her think she can escape. They always try to escape. It makes the integration more complete when they finally surrender, their resistance feeding the grid more energy than passive acceptance ever could. The power still runs in Blackwater Falls. It runs on hope, on desperation, on the quiet hum of human lives being converted into light. And as I flow through the wires tonight, feeling the new tenant's heartbeat sync with the town's pulse, I understand the terrible truth I fought so hard to deny. This isn't a prison. It's a purpose. The grid doesn't consume us. It perfects us. Strips away the messy, inefficient parts of mortality until all that remains is pure function. Pure light. Downstairs, a floorboard creaks. The new tenant is awake. She is heading for the front door again, drawn by her promise of escape. I gather myself in the hallway junction box, preparing to manifest as a shadow at the end of the hall, to whisper her name through the heating vent, to make the doorknob too hot to touch. The grid needs tending, and I am such a good tenant now. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. The flooded town still has working streetlights beneath 6 feet of water. I took the job because the ad mentioned underwater documentation and paid $5,000 for 48 hours of work. No diving certification required, no background check. Just an email with GPS coordinates and instructions. Report to Lock Haven Reservoir Spillway at dusk. Boat and equipment provided. Document streetlights in Sector 7. Do not descend below 15 feet. The town had been flooded in 1978 when the federal government dammed the Blackwater River for hydroelectric power. 300 homes, a main street, a school, a church, all submerged beneath 60 feet of water that had since been designated a protected wildlife habitat. No one had legally entered the reservoir in 45 years, but the email insisted on documenting street lights. I told myself it was an environmental survey gig with eccentric requirements. Desperation makes you rationalize anything. The boat waited at the spillway dock, a flat-bottomed aluminum craft with an electric motor and a waterproof case containing a GoPro, a depth gauge, and a single brass key stamped with the number 7. No note, no explanation, just the key resting on top of the camera like an afterthought. I started the motor and guided the boat toward Sector 7, the eastern quadrant of the reservoir, marked on a laminated map tucked beneath the seat. The water was unnaturally still, no ripples from wind, no disturbance from fish, just a perfect mirror reflecting the bruised purple of twilight sky. At exactly 7:03 p.m., the first streetlight ignited beneath the surface. Not a flicker, not a gradual brightening. A sudden, perfect bloom of amber light 6 feet below the waterline, its glow cutting a perfect cone through the murk to illuminate a section of pavement that shouldn't have existed. I killed a motor and drifted directly above it, leaned over the gunnel with the GoPro recording. The light stood on a wrought iron pole exactly as it would have on dry land in 1978. Glass globe intact, wiring visible through the water as delicate traceries of silver, the base planted firmly in cracked asphalt that stretched into darkness in all directions. And it was on, not flickering, not short-circuiting, burning with steady, impossible luminescence as if powered by a grid that had been severed nearly half a century ago. I checked the depth gauge, 6 feet exactly. The email's warning echoed in my skull. Do not descend below 15 feet. But 6 feet wasn't 15. 6 feet was just a dive. A single breath held. I stripped my underwear, strapped the GoPro to my chest, and slipped into the water. The cold hit like a physical blow, 38 degrees Fahrenheit, according to the gauge I'd clipped to my wrist. But beneath the initial shock came something worse. The water didn't feel like water. It had texture, resistance, like moving through cold syrup laced with static electricity that prickled my skin with every motion. I kicked downward, my eyes fixed on the streetlight's glow. 10 feet. 8. 6. I hovered directly beneath the surface, my face 6 feet from the light's glass globe. The amber glow cast perfect illumination across the submerged street, cracked asphalt webbed with weeds that swayed in a current I couldn't feel. A rusted mailbox stood sentinel at the curb, its flag raised as if awaiting pickup. A child's tricycle lay on its side in a gutter, one wheel slowly turning though nothing touched it. And a streetlight burned on, its filament visible through the glass, glowing with impossible heat that should have shattered the globe instantly upon contact with cold water. I reached out, just to touch the pole, just to confirm it was real. My fingers passed through solid iron as if it were mist. I jerked back, bubbles streaming from my lips. Tried again. Same result. The pole existed as light and memory rather than matter. I swam to the mailbox. Same phenomenon. My hand passed through, the metal as if reaching into a projection. The tricycle's handlebars dissolved beneath my touch, but the asphalt beneath my feet was solid. The weeds brushing my legs were real. The cold was real. Only the artifacts of human habitation existed in this half-state, present but intangible, visible but untouchable. I broke the surface at 7:11 p.m., gasping, my body trembling with cold and disorientation. The boat had drifted 20 yards east. I swam to it, hauled myself aboard, and checked the GoPro footage. The video showed exactly what I'd seen. The streetlight burning steadily 6 feet down, the mailbox, the tricycle. But at the 0047 mark, something moved in the periphery. A figure standing beneath a second streetlight 50 yards east. Tall, slender, wearing what looked like a 1970s-style dress coat. It stood perfectly still, facing my camera, though the water around it remained undisturbed by breathing or movement. At 0052, it raised one arm and pointed directly at my lens. At 0058, the footage dissolved into static for 3 seconds, before returning to normal. The figure was gone. I played the clip 6 times, zoomed on the figure's face during the frames before it pointed. Where features should have been was smooth, seamless skin stretched taut over bone. No eyes, no mouth, just a suggestion of humanity wearing the skin of a man. The second streetlight ignited at 7:15 p.m., exactly 15 minutes after the first, then a third at 7:30 p.m., a fourth at 7:45 p.m. By 8:30 p.m., a perfect grid of amber light stretched across Sector 7, each burning 6 feet beneath the surface, each illuminating a section of the drowned town with impossible fidelity. I documented them all from the boat, too terrified to dive again. The GoPro captured more figures between the lights. Dozens of them now, all smooth-faced, all motionless, all facing my boat with unnerving uniformity. At 9 p.m., the depth gauge on the boat's console began counting down, not measuring depth, counting down like a timer. 14:59, 14:58, 14:57. I stared at the display, my blood turning to ice. 15 minutes. The email's warning echoed with new meaning. Do not descend below 15 feet. Not a safety precaution. A deadline. I started the motor and headed for the spillway dock. The boat moved sluggishly as if pushing through syrup. Behind me, the streetlights brightened in sequence, their amber glow intensifying until the entire reservoir surface shimmered with reflected light. The water itself began to glow, not from above, but from within, a soft bioluminescence blooming in the depths like stars igniting in reverse. At 9:07 p.m., the boat's motor died. Not sputtered, not choked on weeds, died instantly, the propeller freezing mid-turn. I tried the ignition. Nothing. The console lights remained on. The depth gauge continued its countdown. 08:23, 08:22, 08:21. I grabbed the oars and rowed toward the distant dock lights, my shoulders burning with effort. The boat didn't move, not even an inch. I rowed harder, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The oars cut through water that had become the consistency of gelatin, offering no resistance, yet yielding no progress. I stood and looked down. Beneath the hull, the streetlights had rearranged themselves into a perfect circle surrounding my boat. And within that circle, the water had gone perfectly clear. Not murky reservoir water, but crystalline transparency, revealing the town exactly as it had existed on the morning of evacuation day, October 14th, 1978. Houses with intact roofs, cars parked in driveways, American flags hanging limp on porches, and standing in the streets, on sidewalks, in yards, hundreds of smooth-faced figures arranged in perfect tableaus of ordinary life. A woman hanging laundry, a man washing his car, children playing hopscotch on the pavement, all frozen, all featureless, all waiting. The depth gauge hit 0500. The water around my boat began to drain, not flowing away, but simply ceasing to exist. The surface dropping 6 feet in 3 seconds, until my hull settled gently on the cracked asphalt of Main Street with a soft crunch of gravel. The streetlights still burned overhead, but now they hung in air rather than water, their amber glow illuminating a town preserved in perfect stasis. The air smelled of wet pavement and coal smoke, and something sweetly rotten beneath it. Ozone and decay mingled into a scent that shouldn't have existed outside a lightning storm. I stepped out of the boat onto dry land. The temperature gauge on my wrist read 42 degrees Fahrenheit. My clothes were bone dry despite having been soaked minutes earlier. I walked toward the nearest house, a 2-story colonial with a white picket fence and a for sale sign staked in the lawn. The sign's date read October 13th, 1978. I pushed the gate open. It swung silently on well-oiled hinges. The front door stood unlocked. Inside, dust lay thick on every surface, but nothing had decayed. A pot of soup simmered on the stove, steam rising in perfect curls. A newspaper rested on the kitchen table, the headline reading, "Dam Completion Ceremony Tomorrow." The date, October 14th, 1978. I backed out of the house, walked down the street. Every home told the same story. Meals cooking on stoves, televisions playing static-filled broadcasts, beds neatly made with indentations suggesting recent occupants. But no people. Just the smooth-faced figures standing motionless in doorways and yards, their blank faces turned toward me as I passed. At the town square, I found the church. Its steeple pierced a sky that wasn't sky, a perfect replica of twilight with stars that didn't twinkle and a moon that hung motionless. The church doors stood open. Inside, pews were filled with smooth-faced figures sitting in perfect rows, all facing the altar where a single streetlight had been erected in place of a crucifix. Its amber glow illuminated a ledger resting on the pulpit. I approached slowly, opened the ledger. The pages contained names, thousands of them, handwritten in precise cursive. Each entry included a date of arrival and a single notation in the remarks column. The earliest entries dated 1978. Sarah Mitchell, October 14th, 1978, accepted the light. Thomas Chen, October 14th, 1978, resisted the current. Maria Flores, October 14th, 1978, chose the deep. The entries continued through decades. 1985, 1993, 2007, 2019. All people who had drowned in the reservoir according to newspaper clippings I'd researched before accepting this job. All documented here as if their deaths had been appointments kept rather than accidents suffered. The final entry before today's date was from 3 days ago. Daniel Reeves, July 18th, 2026, descended below 15 feet, became anchor. Beneath it, a fresh line waited with my name already written in precise cursive. Jonathan Miller, July 21st, 2026. The pen rested beside the ledger. I didn't pick it up, didn't complete the entry. Just stood there as the streetlight above the altar brightened, its glow intensifying until the entire church filled with amber radiance that seeped into my skin, my bones, the spaces between my thoughts. The smooth-faced figures in the pews turned their heads in perfect unison to face me, not threatening, not hungry, just waiting for me to make a choice. The depth gauge on my wrist hit 0015. The town began to flood, not with water rushing in from outside, with water materializing from nothing, droplets condensing in midair, coalescing into streams that flowed uphill, filling streets and homes with impossible physics. The streetlights didn't flicker, didn't short-circuit, just burned brighter as the water rose, 3 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet, until I stood chest-deep in liquid that felt like memory given form. The smooth-faced figures didn't drown. They dissolved into the water itself, their forms unraveling into shimmering particles that swirled around me like fireflies made of light. At 0003, the water reached my chin. At 0002, my lips. At 0001, my nose. I didn't fight it, didn't struggle for air, just closed my eyes as the water covered my face and discovered a terrible truth. I could breathe it, not water, not air. Something in between, a substance that carried oxygen and memory in equal measure, filling my lungs with the collective breath of everyone who had ever lived and died in this town. The depth gauge hit 0000, the streetlights flared once, blinding white, and went dark. Absolute silence crashed down, not underwater silence, the silence of a held breath, of a moment suspended between inhale and exhale. I opened my eyes. I floated 6 feet beneath the surface of the reservoir, my body weightless, my lungs full of impossible substance. Above me, the boat drifted exactly where I'd left it. Below me, the town slept in perfect darkness, and around me, the smooth-faced figures drifted like plankton in a sea of potentiality, their forms constantly dissolving and reforming, their blank faces occasionally resolving into features I recognized from newspaper archives and obituaries. One drifted close, a woman in a floral dress, her face smooth as polished stone. She reached out and pressed a hand against my chest, not cold, not warm, just present. And in that contact, I understood everything. The town hadn't drowned in 1978. It had transformed. The dam's construction had severed its connection to the living world, but the collective consciousness of its residents, 3,000 souls facing forced evacuation, had generated enough psychic energy to preserve their home in a pocket dimension sustained by memory and light. The streetlights weren't powered by electricity. They were powered by attention, by witnesses. Every time someone discovered the lights beneath the water, their observation reinforced the town's existence for another cycle. The 15-foot warning wasn't about safety. It was about commitment. Descend below 15 feet, and you became part of the mechanism, another anchor holding the town in its suspended state. Daniel Reeves had become an anchor 3 days ago, and now it was my turn. The woman's hand remained on my chest. Her face resolved briefly into features, kind eyes, a gentle smile, hair the color of wheat. She mouthed 2 words I felt rather than heard. "Thank you." Then she dissolved back into the water. I floated there for what might have been minutes or hours or days. Time had no meaning in this place. The streetlights remained dark. The town slept, and I understood my purpose now, to wait, to watch, to become the next witness who would draw future explorers down with impossible lights and whispered promises until one of them, too, chose to descend below 15 feet and take my place. Dawn broke above the reservoir. Pale gold light filtered through 60 feet of water to illuminate the sleeping town. And at exactly 6:17 a.m., the first streetlight reignited, amber glow blooming 6 feet beneath the surface, its light cutting a perfect cone through the murk to illuminate cracked asphalt and a rusted mailbox with its flag raised as if awaiting pickup. I didn't rise to the surface, didn't swim for the boat, just floated 6 feet down, my lungs full of memory water, my body becoming part of the current that sustained this impossible place. The GoPro still strapped to my chest, continued recording. Footage that would never be recovered, never be viewed, never explain why a man had vanished in a protected reservoir while documenting streetlights that shouldn't exist. But someone will find the boat eventually. Someone will see the lights. Someone will dive down to investigate, and when they do, I'll be waiting 6 feet below the surface, not as a monster or a ghost, but as a guide. I'll show them the town exactly as it was on the morning of October 14th, 1978. I'll let them touch the intangible artifacts. I'll watch their terror turn to wonder as they realize the water breathes and the lights remember and the town never really drowned. It just learned to live beneath the surface, sustained by the one resource reservoirs produce in abundance, the quiet desperation of people with nowhere else to go. The second streetlight ignited at 6:32 a.m., the third at 6:47 a.m. By 7:30 a.m., the entire grid burned steady beneath 60 feet of water, each lamp a beacon calling the next witness home. I am the anchor now. And anchors don't drown. They just hold the light until someone else is ready to carry it. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. The Dollmaker's West Wing and the creepy porcelain dolls of Blackwood Manor. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, slipped under my apartment door with no stamp, no return address, just my name handwritten in elegant looping script on thick cream-colored paper. Inside was a single sheet, equally fine, bearing an offer that felt less like employment and more like a summons. Companion needed for elderly gentlemen at Blackwood Manor. Duties, lighthouse keeping, reading aloud, conversation, live-in position. Compensation, $3,000 per month. Term, 1 month. Inquire at gate, 4 p.m. sharp. Discretion assured. It was signed simply, E. Blackwood. I was adrift. My savings had evaporated after the accident, the one that left my right hand permanently stiff, ending my career as a pianist. And the silence of my empty apartment had become a physical weight. The offer was absurdly generous for such vague duties, and Blackwood Manor was a name whispered only in local legends. A sprawling Gothic estate on the edge of the moors, abandoned since the 1950s after its reclusive owner, Elias Blackwood, vanished without a trace. But desperation has a way of sanding down caution until it's smooth and easy to ignore. At 3:55 p.m. on Thursday, I stood before the iron gates of Blackwood Manor. They were black, twisted into thorny patterns that seemed to writhe in the fading light. Beyond them, the manor loomed, a hulking silhouette of gray stone, its turrets clawing at a sky-bruised purple with twilight. Ivy strangled its walls, and most of its windows were dark shuttered eyes. Only a single window on the west wing glowed with a faint yellow light. The gate creaked open on unseen hinges as I approached, as if expecting me. A gravel path led through overgrown gardens where skeletal rose bushes clawed at the air. The front door was massive oak, studded with iron, and opened before I could knock. An elderly woman stood there, her face a mask of wrinkles, her eyes sharp and watchful. She wore a severe black dress that might have been fashionable in the Edwardian era. "You're late," she said, her voice dry as autumn leaves. "Mr. Blackwood does not tolerate tardiness." She didn't introduce herself. She simply turned and led me through a labyrinth of shadowed corridors lined with dusty portraits whose eyes seemed to follow me. The air was cold, smelling of beeswax, old paper, and something else, faintly sweet, like dried roses and dust. My quarters were a small room on the second floor, overlooking the desolate gardens. It was sparsely furnished but immaculate. A narrow bed, a wash basin, a single chair. On the nightstand sat a kerosene lamp and a typed list of rules. Do not enter the west wing unless summoned. Do not touch any dolls. Do not speak to the dolls. Meals will be left outside your door. Your duties begin at 9 a.m. The woman, whom I later learned was Mrs. Gable, the housekeeper, vanished without another word, leaving me alone in the oppressive silence. Mr. Blackwood was not what I expected. He was ancient, his skin parchment thin over sharp bones, his white hair wispy as cobwebs. He sat in a high-backed chair by a cold fireplace in the east parlor, wrapped in a woolen blanket, despite the mild autumn day. His eyes, however, were startlingly clear and bright, fixed on me with unnerving intensity. "You play the piano," he stated, not asked. I nodded, flexing my stiff fingers self-consciously. "A shame," he murmured, his gaze drifting to the window. "Music is the soul's language. Without it, we are mute." His voice was surprisingly strong, resonant, with a deep, cultured timbre. He asked me to read to him, Dickens mostly, and to sit with him in the afternoons. He spoke little of himself, but his questions were probing, almost clinical. He wanted to know about my life, my regrets, my deepest sorrows. "Grief shapes us," he said once, his eyes distant. "It carves hollows in the soul that must be filled, or they will fill themselves." The first oddity was the silence, not the peaceful quiet of an old house, but a thick, watchful hush that seemed to swallow sound whole. And beneath it a new sound began, a faint, rhythmic tick, 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 like tiny clockwork gears turning. It seemed to come from the west wing. I mentioned it to Mrs. Gable during one of her silent deliveries of meals. Her face tightened, her knuckles whitening on the tray. "The west wing is Mr. Blackwood's workshop," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "He is a collector. You will not go there. You will not ask about it." Her eyes held a warning I couldn't ignore, but the dolls found me anyway. I discovered the first one on my third morning. It was sitting on a windowsill of my room facing the gardens. A porcelain doll, about 2 feet tall, dressed in a faded blue velvet dress. Its face was exquisitely crafted. Rosy cheeks, glassy blue eyes, golden ringlets. But its expression was wrong, not sweet or innocent, but watchful, calculating. Its eyes seemed to track me as I moved across the room. I told myself Mrs. Gable must have placed it there by mistake. I put it in the hallway outside my door. The next morning, it was back on my windowsill. This time, its head was turned slightly, as if it had watched me sleep. The second doll appeared on the arm of Mr. Blackwood's chair while I was reading to him. A boy doll, in a miniature sailor suit, its painted smile too wide, its black eyes depthless. Mr. Blackwood didn't seem to notice it. When I pointed it out, he merely waved a frail hand. "Ah, Percival, he likes stories." He patted the doll's head absently, his touch lingering. A shiver ran down my spine. Percival's glass eyes remained fixed on me, unblinking. Then came the whispers. At first they were faint, just a susurration at the edge of hearing, like dry leaves skittering on stone. But they grew clearer, more insistent, always at night. They weren't coming from the corridors or the walls. They were coming from the dolls. I'd hear them as I lay in bed, their voices layered and hollow, echoing from the west wing. "She sees us. Her hands are broken. She is lonely. She will stay." The words were fragmented, nonsensical, yet they carried an undercurrent of profound sadness, of longing. It was the sound of porcelain hearts breaking. I began to see them everywhere. A cluster of them sitting on a dusty grand piano in the music room, their heads tilted in unison toward the door as I passed. A single doll perched on the banister of the main staircase, its glass eyes gleaming in the dim light. Their faces were all different. Some sweet, some stern, some eerily adult. But their eyes were the same, watchful, knowing, filled with a silent plea. And they were always clean, impossibly clean, while the rest of the manor gathered dust. As if they were tended to, cared for. One rainy afternoon, while Mr. Blackwood napped, I found a hidden door behind a tapestry in the library. It led to a narrow servant staircase that spiraled up toward the west wing. My curiosity, fueled by a growing dread, overcame Mrs. Gable's warning. I climbed the stairs, the tick-tick-tick growing louder with every step. The door at the top was unlocked. The west wing was a single, vast room that took my breath away. It was a workshop, frozen in time. Workbenches lined the walls, cluttered with tools, fine brushes, jars of paint, trays of glass eyes, boxes of human hair. Shelves groaned under the weight of hundreds of dolls in various states of completion. Some were just heads on stands, their features waiting to be painted. Others were fully dressed, posed in intricate dioramas, a tea party, a schoolroom, a funeral procession. The air was thick with the smell of varnish, clay, and that same faint sweetness. And in the center of the room, seated at a large drafting table, was Mr. Blackwood. But he wasn't the frail old man from the parlor. He sat straight-backed, his hands steady as they painted delicate lashes onto a doll's face. His eyes were focused, intense, alive with a terrible energy. He didn't look up as I entered. "They are my children," he said, his voice calm, conversational. "My legacy. When the world took everything from me, my wife, my son, my music, it left me with only this, the ability to create life from silence, to give form to memory." He finally looked at me, his eyes burning with a feverish light. "You understand loss, don't you? You carry it in your hands. In your silence, they feel it. They want to help you fill your hollows." He gestured to the dolls. "Each one holds a piece of a soul, a memory, a regret. My son, Thomas, he loved music, like you. He died in the fire that took my wife. I tried to bring him back, not his body, that was ash, but his spirit, his joy. I poured it into porcelain, into glass, into silk. But it wasn't enough. A doll is not a child. It is a vessel, an echo." His voice cracked. So I began to collect other echoes, other lost souls, the lonely, the grieving, the forgotten. I invite them here. I give them a home, a purpose. They watch over the manor. They keep the memories alive. He stood, moving with a strength that belied his age, and picked up a doll from the workbench. It was a perfect replica of a young boy with dark hair and bright eyes. Thomas. "They need companionship," he said, his gaze locking onto mine. "They are so very lonely. And you are broken. You are empty. You would make a beautiful addition to my family." The truth crashed over me like ice water. The dolls weren't just haunted. They were the haunted. Souls trapped in porcelain, bound to this place by Elias Blackwood's grief and madness. And he wanted to add me to his collection, to pour my own broken spirit into one of those empty shells. I stumbled back, my heart hammering against my ribs. Mr. Blackwood's face softened, a terrible parody of kindness. "Don't be afraid," he crooned. "It doesn't hurt, not for long. You'll be with them. You'll never be alone again. You'll be perfect." I turned and fled, the doll's whispers rising to a frantic chorus behind me. "Stay! Be ours! Fill the hollow. I didn't stop running until I was back in my room, the door locked, my back pressed against the wood. I packed my bag with shaking hands, my mind screaming at me to leave, to run, to never look back. But Manor wouldn't let me go. The doors were locked. The windows, though unlocked, wouldn't budge, as if sealed by an invisible force. My phone had no signal. I was trapped. That night, the dolls came for me. I heard them in the hallway, dozens of them, their tiny porcelain feet clicking on the wooden floor, their whispers weaving together into a single coherent plea. Let us in. Let us fix you. I barricaded the door with the chair, but it was useless. They didn't need the door. One by one, they appeared in my room, sitting on the bed, perched on the dresser, standing in the corner, their glass eyes reflecting the lamplight. They didn't move. They just watched, waiting. Mr. Blackwood visited me at dawn. He looked frail again, wrapped in his blanket, his eyes watery and sad. "You cannot leave," he said gently. "The Manor has chosen you. Your sorrow is a perfect match for theirs. You belong here with us." He held out a hand. In his palm was a small, unfinished doll. Its face was blank, featureless porcelain, waiting to be painted, waiting to be filled. "All you have to do is say yes," he whispered. "Let go of your pain. Let us make you whole." I looked at the blank doll, then at the faces of the others watching me from the shadows. I saw not malice, but a profound, endless loneliness, a hunger for connection that mirrored my own. In that moment, I understood. Elias Blackwood wasn't a monster. He was a broken man, trying to stitch his shattered world back together with porcelain and thread and stolen souls. And the dolls, they weren't evil. They were prisoners, trapped in their beautiful cages, yearning for the warmth of a real human heart. My term ended on the last night of the month. I stood in the west wing, the blank doll in my hands. Mr. Blackwood watched me, his eyes filled with hope. The other dolls were silent, their glass eyes fixed on me, waiting for my decision. I didn't say yes. Instead, I walked to the workbench and picked up a small chisel. Mr. Blackwood's eyes widened in horror. "No!" he cried. "You'll break them." "I'm not breaking them," I said, my voice steady. "I'm setting them free." I raised the chisel and brought it down on the blank doll's head. It shattered with a sound like a sigh, not a crash, but a release. A soft, collective gasp seemed to ripple through the room. The other dolls didn't move, but their glass eyes lost their watchful intensity. Their expression softened, became peaceful. The whispers ceased. The oppressive weight of the Manor lifted, replaced by a gentle, melancholic calm. Mr. Blackwood sank to his knees, tears streaming down his wrinkled cheeks. "What have you done?" he whispered. "I gave them peace," I said, "and you too." I left Blackwood Manor at dawn. The gates stood open. The air was crisp, clean, free of the cloying sweetness. I didn't look back, but sometimes, on still nights, I think I hear it, a faint, melodic chime, like tiny bells. And if I close my eyes, I can almost see them. The dolls of Blackwood Manor, their porcelain faces turned to the sun, their glass eyes finally at rest, their hollows filled not with stolen souls, but with the quiet grace of forgiveness. The Dollmaker's west wing is silent now. The creepy porcelain dolls are gone, but their memory lingers, a gentle reminder that even the most broken things deserve to be set free. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. Every door in the abandoned hospital opens to the same empty room. I took the job because I was desperate, and the pay was absurdly good for what they described as minimal overnight supervision. $500 a night to sit in an abandoned hospital and make hourly rounds, documenting that nothing had changed. No security experience required, no background check beyond a driver's license scan. Just show up at dusk, stay until dawn, and log your observations in a leather-bound ledger left on the front desk. The ad had appeared on a local gig board with no contact name, just a phone number that connected to a voicemail instructing me to report to Blackwood Memorial at 7 p.m. on October 12th. When I called to confirm details, no one answered. I almost didn't go, but my landlord had left a final notice taped to my door that morning, and $500 was 2 weeks of groceries and half the rent I owed. I told myself I'd stay one night, collect the cash they promised would be in an envelope on the desk, and never think about the place again. Blackwood Memorial stood on a hill overlooking the interstate, a hulking 6-story structure of red brick and grimy windows that hadn't admitted a patient since 1987. The official story was structural instability, a foundation compromised by underground springs, but locals in the diner where I'd stopped for coffee spoke in lowered voices about a wing that had been sealed overnight after a series of unexplained patient deaths. They didn't evacuate the whole place at first, the waitress had said, refilling my cup without being asked. Just the east wing. Then a nurse went missing, then 2 orderlies. By the time they cleared everybody out, half the staff refused to go back inside to collect their belongings. She leaned closer, the scent of cigarette smoke clinging to her uniform. They say the building's hungry, that it learned how to eat people after all those years of sickness and dying inside its walls. I laughed it off. Ghost stories were for people who'd never faced real hunger, real eviction notices. I drove up the cracked asphalt driveway as the sun bled orange behind the western hills, my headlights cutting through the gathering dusk to illuminate a chain-link fence sagging inward as if something heavy had pushed through from the inside. The main entrance doors, industrial steel with small reinforced windows, stood slightly ajar, one hinge torn free and dangling like a broken limb. I killed the engine and sat for a full minute, listening to the tick of cooling metal, the whisper of wind through dead oak branches. No birds, no crickets, just that wind, carrying a faint medicinal smell I couldn't place, antiseptic and something sweetly rotten beneath it. The envelope was exactly where they'd said it would be, a crisp white rectangle resting atop a thick leather ledger on the reception desk in the main lobby. Inside, $500 in new $100 bills, and a single typed instruction. Make rounds hourly beginning at 8 p.m., document all observations in the ledger, do not deviate from the prescribed route, do not enter the east wing under any circumstances. Your safety depends on routine. I pocketed the money. Stupid, I know, before completing the job, but the weight of it in my jeans felt like salvation. I opened the ledger to the first page. Columns for time, location, observations. The previous night's entries were in a tight, precise hand. 2000, lobby. All doors secure. Ambient temperature 64 degrees Fahrenheit. 2100, West Corridor, second floor. No changes. 2200, Stairwell B, no obstructions. 2300, lobby, all doors secure. Ambient temperature 63 degrees Fahrenheit. 0000. West corridor, second floor. No changes. 0100. Stairwell B, no obstructions. 0200, lobby, all doors secure. Ambient temperature 62 degrees Fahrenheit. 0300. West corridor, second floor. No changes. 0400. Stairwell B, no obstructions. 0500. Lobby. Dawn. Approaching. Relief in 60 minutes. 6 o'clock. East wing door on third floor ajar. Did not enter. Secured door. Hands trembling. Something watching from the stairwell. 6:15. Cannot find lobby. Doors not where they should be. Temperature dropping rapidly. 6:30. Same room again. Same room. Same room. Same room. 6:45. It knows I'm afraid. It feeds on the fear. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. 7 o'clock. The page was smeared with what looked like dried tears or possibly blood. The final entry was a single sentence scrawled so hard the pen had torn through the paper. God help whoever comes after me. My throat went dry. I checked the date at the top of the page. Yesterday. This was last night's log. I stood up so fast the chair screeched against the tile floor, the sound impossibly loud in the silence. I needed to leave, right now. But as I turned toward the entrance, I saw it. The doors were closed, not just closed, sealed. The gap where they'd stood ajar was gone, replaced by seamless brick wall painted institutional beige. I ran to it, pressed my palms against the cool surface, searched for seams, cracks, anything. Nothing. I pulled out my phone. No service, of course. I tried the emergency exit to the left of the reception desk, push bar cold under my hands, but when I shoved, nothing happened. The door didn't budge. I slammed my shoulder against it. Again. My collarbone screamed in protest, but the door remained immovable as if welded shut from the other side. That's when I noticed the temperature gauge mounted on the wall beside the desk. 64 degrees Fahrenheit. Exactly what the previous night's first entry had recorded. And the digital clock above the defunct pharmacy window, 7:58 p.m. 2 minutes until my first scheduled round. Panic coiled in my gut, cold and sharp. I fought it down with practiced breaths. Inhale 4 counts, hold 4, exhale 6. My therapist had taught me that after the layoff, after the drinking got bad. Panic is just a story you're telling yourself about the future, she'd said. Stay in the present moment. The present moment was a locked hospital lobby with a dead man's journal and $500 in my pocket. I could do this 1 hour, make the rounds, stay calm. Dawn would come. It always came. At exactly 8 p.m., I picked up the pen beside the ledger and wrote my first entry with a hand that only trembled slightly. 2000, lobby, all doors secure. Ambient temperature 64 degrees Fahrenheit. The lie felt like a betrayal, but what was the alternative? Documenting that I was already trapped? That felt like surrender. The prescribed route was simple. From the lobby, take the west corridor to the end, turn left at the nurse's station, descend via stairwell B to the first floor, return to lobby. 30 minutes round trip, leaving 30 minutes to rest before the next round. I moved quickly, my sneakers whispering against linoleum floors patterned with faded blue and gray diamonds. The corridor stretched before me under the sickly glow of emergency exit signs, the only lights functioning in the entire wing. Patient room doors lined both sides, some hanging open to reveal skeletal beds with rusted frames, others closed tight with brass numbers tarnished green with age. Room 214, 216, 218. I didn't look inside any of them. I kept my eyes fixed on the distant glow of the nurse's station, on the large analog clock mounted above it, whose hands had stopped at 3:17. I reached the nurse's station at 8:12 p.m. The counter was littered with artifacts of sudden departure. A coffee mug with a lipstick stain on the rim, a paperback novel splayed open to page 143, a name tag reading Carol, left beside a telephone with a tangled cord. I noted none of this in my mental log. Just keep moving. To the left of the station stood Stairwell B, its metal door slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness visible beyond. I pushed it open. The stairs descended into blackness. No emergency lighting here. I fumbled in my pocket for my phone, activated the flashlight app. The beam cut a shaky path down concrete steps stained with dark patches I didn't examine too closely. The air grew colder with each step, that medicinal smell intensifying until I could taste it. Bleach and decay and something else, something metallic like blood left to dry in the sun. I counted the landings. 1, 2. 3 flights down should bring me to the first floor lobby. I stepped off the final stair onto level ground and pushed open the door. I was back at the nurse's station on the second floor. The same coffee mug, the same paperback novel, the clock above still reading 3:17. My breath hitched, a trick of the mind. Stress-induced disorientation. I turned around without realizing it. I retraced my steps carefully this time, counting each door I passed. Room 2, 2, 0, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 4. I reached the stairwell again, this time marking the doorframe with a scratch from my key before descending. 1 flight, 2, 3. I stepped through the doorway, the nurse's station, the coffee mug, the clock at 3:17. My key scratch visible on the doorframe directly in front of me. Cold sweat slicked my spine. I ran then, abandoning the route, sprinting back down the west corridor toward the lobby I'd left 40 minutes ago. Room numbers decreased. 218, 216, 214. I burst into the lobby expecting salvation, expecting the ledger and the sealed doors and the terrible normalcy of my prison. Instead, I stood in a small square room I'd never seen before. Bare concrete walls painted a dull institutional green. A single metal chair bolted to the floor in the exact center. No windows, no visible doors. The ceiling was low, maybe 7 feet high, with a single fluorescent fixture in the center that buzzed softly, casting a flat, shadowless light. The air was still and cold, 58 degrees Fahrenheit, according to the thermometer mounted beside the light switch that shouldn't have existed on a wall with no door. I turned in a slow circle. Nothing. Just 4 identical walls meeting at perfect right angles, no seams, no vents, no indication of how I'd entered or how I might leave. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I approached the nearest wall, pressed my palms against the cool painted surface, searched for hidden latches, pressure plates, anything. The paint was smooth beneath my fingers, slightly tacky as if recently applied. I moved to the next wall. Same texture, same color, same impossible uniformity. Then I saw it, a hairline crack near the floor on the north wall. I dropped to my knees, traced it with my fingertip. It formed a perfect rectangle about 3 feet wide and 7 tall. A door, painted over, but still a door. I dug my fingernails into the seam, pried until a sliver of darkness appeared beneath the edge. With a grunt of effort, I pulled. The door swung inward silently. Beyond lay the west corridor on the second floor, room 214 directly ahead, the nurse's station visible in the distance. I stumbled, through relief flooding my system so powerfully my knees nearly buckled. I'd found my way back. I could still complete the rounds, still survive until dawn. I made my way to the lobby on autopilot, my mind racing through possibilities. A hidden room, a maintenance closet the architects had forgotten. Nothing supernatural, just poor design and my own panic-creating monsters. I reached the reception desk at 8:55 p.m., 5 minutes ahead of schedule. The ledger lay open to my single entry. I picked up the pen, my hand steadier now. 2055, discovered concealed room off west corridor. No threat observed. Ambient temperature 58 degrees Fahrenheit in room. Return to route. I stared at the words. They sounded insane, even to me. I crossed them out, rewrote the entry to match the prescribed format. 2055 to lobby, all doors secure, ambient temperature 63 degrees Fahrenheit. The temperature had dropped. I noted that with clinical detachment, refusing to connect it to the previous night's log. 9 p.m. came and went. I stood to begin my second round, my body moving on automatic while my mind churned through escape plans. The east wing was forbidden. But what if the exit was there? What if the previous night's watcher had been right to investigate? I moved down the west corridor again, but this time, when I reached the nurse's station, I didn't turn toward stairwell B. I continued straight, past the abandoned medication cart, past the double doors marked authorized personnel only that led to the east wing. The doors were chained shut with a heavy steel lock, just as the instructions had implied they would be. But beside them, almost hidden in the shadow of a defunct oxygen tank, was another door, smaller, unmarked. Its handle was cold brass, tarnished, but functional. I told myself I was just looking, just verifying that all exits were secured as my job required. I turned the handle. The door opened onto the same square room. Same green walls, same metal chair bolted to the floor, same buzzing fluorescent light. Same thermometer reading 58 degrees Fahrenheit. I stood frozen in the doorway, my mind rejecting what my eyes reported. This was impossible. The east wing lay in the opposite direction from where I'd found the room 20 minutes earlier, unless the hospital's layout wasn't fixed, unless the architecture itself was fluid. I stepped inside, my movements slow and deliberate. I examined the chair, cold steel, welded to floor bolts that looked decades old. I ran my hands over every inch of every wall, searching for the seam I'd found before. Nothing. The walls were seamless now, smooth and unbroken. Panic began to creep back in, cold tendrils wrapping around my lungs. I was trapped again. Then I noticed something different. On the wall opposite the door I'd entered, though I turned to look and the doorway was gone, replaced by unbroken green paint. A word had been scratched into the surface at eye level. Fresh scratches, the concrete beneath, still pale and dusty. One word, carved with frantic, jagged strokes. Run! I spun toward where the door should have been, my breath coming in shallow gasps. My fingers scrabbled against the wall, searching for a purchase, for any irregularity. Nothing. I was sealed in, truly sealed in this time. The temperature gauge ticked downward, 57 degrees Fahrenheit, 56 degrees Fahrenheit. My teeth began to chatter. I wrapped my arms around myself, sliding down the wall to sit on the cold floor. Think. Just think. The previous watcher had escaped this room, or at least he'd made it back to the lobby to write his final entries. There had to be a way out, a pattern, a rule. I stood again, forcing calm through sheer will. I approached the wall with a scratched warning and pressed my palms flat against it. "If there's a way out," I whispered, my voice swallowed by the dead air. "Show me." Nothing happened for a full minute. Then, directly beneath my left hand, the wall softened. Not physically. It remained solid concrete, but perceptually, as if my vision had suddenly gained a new dimension. I saw the outline of a door materialize in the surface, its edges shimmering like heat haze on asphalt. I pushed. The wall gave way like water parting, and I stumbled through into blinding white light. I was in a patient room, small, Spartan, a single bed with a stained mattress, a heart monitor standing silent in the corner. The door stood open to the west corridor. I recognized room 214 from my earlier pass. I'd entered through the interior wall, the wall that should have adjoined room 212. I stepped into the corridor, my legs unsteady. 9:23 p.m. according to my phone's dead clock face. I'd lost 13 minutes in that room. I ran for the lobby, my earlier resolve shattered. I burst through the doors expecting sanctuary and froze. The lobby was gone. In its place, the square green room, the metal chair, the buzzing fluorescent light, the thermometer now reading 55 degrees Fahrenheit. I stood in the exact center of the space, my mind fracturing under the weight of the impossible. This wasn't a hidden room I kept stumbling into. This was the only room. The hospital had collapsed around this single chamber, folding its corridors and stairwells and patient rooms into pathways that all terminated here. Every door opened to this emptiness. Every route circled back to this chair waiting patiently in the center of nothing. I approached the chair. Saturday. The cold metal seeped through my jeans instantly. I deserved this, some detached part of my mind observed. Taking a job with no questions asked. Walking into a place locals feared. Greed blinding me to obvious danger. But that wasn't true, was it? The previous watcher hadn't been greedy. He'd been doing his job, following instructions, maintaining routine until the building broke him. This place didn't punish sin. It punished consciousness. It fed on awareness itself, the dawning horror of understanding you were trapped, the slow erosion of hope, the moment you realized escape was not just difficult, but conceptually impossible. The temperature dropped to 52 degrees Fahrenheit. My breath plumed in the air. I stood abruptly, unable to bear the passivity of sitting. I walked to the nearest wall and began pounding my fists against it, screaming until my throat was raw. "Let me out! Let me out! Let me out!" The sound died inches from my mouth, absorbed by the walls as if they were made of cotton rather than concrete. I kicked, scratched, threw my body against the surface until bruises bloomed purple on my shoulders and hips. The walls didn't yield. They didn't even echo. Exhausted, bleeding from split knuckles, I slid down the wall and curled into a ball on the freezing floor. This was how it would end. not with a monster leaping from the shadows, not with a jump scare in a dark corridor, but with slow, methodical erasure. The building would lower the temperature 1 degree at a time until hypothermia set in. Or it would simply wait me out. Wait for dehydration, for starvation. For the moment, my body finally surrendered what this place truly wanted. The electrical signature of a conscious mind realizing its own extinction. I must have slept or passed out. When awareness returned, the temperature was 48 degrees Fahrenheit, and a new word had appeared on the wall opposite me. Scratched deeper than the first, the letters jagged with desperation. Why I stared at it until my vision blurred. Why what? Why was I here? Why did this place exist? Why did every door open to this room? The question itself was the trap. The building wanted me to seek meaning, to construct narratives, to engage with the horror on an intellectual level. That engagement was the feast it craved. Understanding was the final meal before extinction. I stood on trembling legs. My fingers were numb. I walked to the wall with the question and pressed my palm against the first letter. "Because you're hungry," I whispered, "and I'm food." The wall dissolved beneath my hand. I stepped through into the lobby. The ledger lay open on the desk. The clock above the pharmacy read 11:47 p.m. I'd lost over 2 hours. My body ached with cold and exhaustion, but my mind was terrifyingly clear. I understood the rules now. The room wasn't a prison, it was a digestive chamber. The hospital consumed awareness by forcing its victims to confront the futility of escape, to experience the horror of infinite recursion, until their sense of self unraveled. Every door opened to the same room because there was only one room, the room where consciousness went to die. I approached the ledger. My entry from 8:55 p.m. stared back at me, a pathetic attempt to maintain normalcy in the face of the impossible. I picked up the pen. My hand didn't tremble now. I wrote with calm precision. 23:47. The building is not haunted. It is alive. It consumes by reflecting. Every exit is an entrance, every corridor a loop. The East Wing prohibition is a lure. The real trap is believing escape is possible. I will not make rounds again. I will not feed it my fear. I will sit here until dawn and refuse to engage. I closed the ledger, sat in the reception chair, folded my hands in my lap, and waited. Midnight came. The temperature in the lobby dropped to 60 degrees Fahrenheit. I didn't move. 1 a.m., 58 degrees Fahrenheit. I breathed slowly, deliberately, refusing to let panic take root. 2 a.m., 55 degrees Fahrenheit. My toes had gone numb inside my sneakers. I focused on the physical sensation without judgment. Cold is just data. Cold is not danger, unless I interpret it as such. 3 a.m., 52 degrees Fahrenheit. Shivering became uncontrollable, my teeth chattering so violently my jaw ached. I welcomed the sensation. Pain meant I was still alive. Pain meant I was still separate from the building. At 3:17 a.m., the exact time frozen on the nurse's station clock, the main entrance doors shimmered. Not opened, shimmered, like a mirage on hot asphalt. Beyond them, I saw the parking lot, my car, the interstate in the distance with its steady stream of headlights. Freedom! My body moved before my mind could intervene. I stood, took a step, another. The doors were 10 feet away, 5. I could see individual pebbles in the asphalt driveway. smell the damp night air carrying the scent of pine and distant rain. 3 feet. 1. I stopped. This was the final test, the ultimate lure. The building knew I was resisting through stillness, through refusal to engage, so it offered the one stimulus it knew I couldn't ignore, genuine escape, or the perfect illusion of it. Did it matter which? If I stepped through and found myself back in the green room, I would break completely. The hope offered and then revoked would shatter whatever remained of my will. But if I stayed, if I refused even this, I turned my back on the doors, walked to the desk, sat. The shimmering intensified behind me, the image of freedom growing more detailed. The specific pattern of cracks in my windshield, the pine tree I'd parked beneath, the exact angle of moonlight on the hood. It knew me. It had been reading me all night, absorbing my memories, my desires, my deepest longing for safety and warmth and morning light. It was crafting the perfect bait. I opened the ledger to a fresh page. My fingers were so cold I could barely grip the pen. I wrote one sentence: the only way out is through. I stood, turned to face the shimmering doors one last time. Then I walked past them, toward the west corridor, toward the nurse's station, toward stairwell B. I didn't run. I didn't hesitate. I simply walked with the certainty of a man who had nothing left to lose. The stairwell door stood open. Darkness yawned beyond. I descended without my phone light, feeling my way down by memory and touch. 1 flight, 2, 3. I stepped through the doorway on the first floor, the green room. Of course, but this time I didn't search for exits, didn't pound on walls or scream for release. I walked to the center of the space and stood before the metal chair. I looked at it not as a fixture, but as an invitation. The building wanted me to sit, wanted me to accept my place in its digestive cycle, so I would sit, but not as prey, as a guest who had seen the kitchen and understood the recipe. I lowered myself onto the cold steel, closed my eyes, and stopped trying to escape. The temperature dropped rapidly, 45 degrees Fahrenheit, 40 degrees Fahrenheit, 35 degrees Fahrenheit, but I didn't fight it. I let the cold in, let it fill my lungs, my veins, the spaces between my thoughts. I stopped labeling sensations as good or bad. Cold was just cold. Fear was just neurochemistry. The building's hunger was just physics, a system seeking equilibrium by absorbing disordered energy, consciousness, and converting it to ordered energy, light, heat, the maintenance of its impossible architecture. At 32 degrees Fahrenheit, the walls began to glow with a soft green luminescence. Not the paint itself, but the space within the walls. A network of filaments pulsing with slow rhythmic light. Veins, nerves, the circulatory system of a structure that had learned to live by consuming the one resource hospitals produced in abundance, the raw electrical signature of human awareness in extremis. At 30 degrees Fahrenheit, the chair beneath me warmed suddenly, not uncomfortably, just enough to create contrast with the freezing air, a lure, a promise of comfort if I would just surrender completely. I remained still, observing, not resisting, not accepting, just being. At 28 degrees Fahrenheit, a voice formed in the space between my ears. Not sound waves, but direct neural stimulation. It spoke with the cadence of the previous watcher, the waitress from the diner, my own mother's lullabies woven together into something almost familiar. You could be warm, it whispered. "You could be safe. Just stop fighting. Let go. Become part of the whole." I opened my eyes. The walls were transparent now, revealing not the outside world, but the interior of the building's consciousness. A vast, dark ocean of trapped moments. A child's first breath in this hospital, an old man's last sigh, a nurse's quiet prayer over a dying patient, a janitor's whistle echoing down empty halls at 3 a.m., all of it stored, all of it feeding the hunger. The building wasn't evil, it was starving, and it had learned to farm its own food by creating perfect, inescapable loops that generated fresh terror in every generation that stumbled inside. "I see you," I whispered. The voice faltered, the walls flickered. "I see what you are, and I'm not afraid anymore." This was the key. Not bravery, not resistance, recognition. The building fed on the energy released when consciousness confronted its own annihilation. But if that confrontation happened without fear, if the mind observed its own dissolution with perfect equanimity, the energy signature changed, became unusable, became poison. The temperature plummeted to 20 degrees Fahrenheit, then 10 degrees Fahrenheit, then 0 degrees Fahrenheit. Frost bloomed across the walls in intricate fractal patterns. The chair beneath me turned to ice. My eyelashes froze together. My last breath plumed in the air and hung there, suspended, a perfect crystal cloud. And then warmth. Not the false warmth of the chair's lure, but genuine, gentle heat flooding the room from no discernible source. The frost melted. The walls became opaque again, just green paint on concrete. The fluorescent light above flickered once, twice, then steadied at a softer, warmer glow. A door appeared on the east wall, not a shimmer, not an illusion. A real door with a brass handle gleaming in the new light. I stood on legs stiff with cold, walked to it, turned the handle. Beyond lay the hospital lobby at dawn. Pale gold light filtered through the grimy front windows. The main door stood open to a world washed clean by overnight rain. My car sat exactly where I left it, dew glittering on the hood. The ledger on the desk was closed. The envelope of money was gone. I walked out without looking back. Down the cracked driveway to my car. The engine turned over on the first try. As I pulled onto the county road, I checked the rearview mirror. Blackwood Memorial stood silent against the morning sky, but every window on every floor blazed with soft golden light. Not the sickly orange of street lamps or the cold fluorescence of institutional lighting. Warm light, home light, the kind that says someone is waiting inside, someone is safe, someone belongs. I drove until a hospital disappeared behind a curve in the road. I didn't stop until I reached a 24-hour diner 50 miles away. I ordered coffee and eggs and sat in a vinyl booth watching the sunrise through a clean window. My hands still trembled when I lifted a mug, not from cold, from the memory of that final choice, to sit in the chair not as prey, but as witness, to see the monster not as evil, but as hungry, and to understand that some hungers cannot be satisfied, only acknowledged. They'll send another watcher tonight. They always do. The ad will appear on a gig. Bored. The voicemail will give instructions. A desperate person will show up at dusk with hope in their pocket and fear in their heart. And the building will feed. But not on me. I paid my bill in cash, my own cash, not the hospital's money. I left a generous tip. As I walked to my car, I noticed something strange. A faint tracery of green light, like circuitry, visible just beneath the skin of my wrists when I held them at a certain angle to the morning sun. It faded as I watched, but I knew it would return, in moments of stillness, in the space between waking and sleep. The building hadn't released me unmarked. It never does. Some part of its hunger had transferred to me, not as possession, but as understanding, as responsibility. I knew, with a certainty that required no evidence, that I would dream of corridors tonight, that I would walk them in my sleep, that I would stand before doors and choose again and again whether to open them. Every door in the abandoned hospital opens to the same empty room, but the room isn't empty anymore. I left something behind when I walked out, and I brought something back. The light beneath my skin pulsed once, gently, like a heartbeat learning a new rhythm. Then it faded into the morning, waiting for night to fall again.